Yes. Just before we commence, my Lord, Advocate Nisi. Before we commence, Advocate Nisi would like to address the court briefly regarding the situation of Mr. Mgomezulu.
Of?
Mr. Mgomezulu.
Is it?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
As it please the court, my lord. I'm not so sure whether the registrar, the court's registrar, has received the correspondence from Mr. Mgomezulu.
I haven't. Here is it.
As it please the court, my lord. I think my colleagues and myself, and the state as well, we had a letter from.
He says he received a letter yesterday. You say you received a letter yesterday. Today you haven't received anything. That's what he says.
I think that's the same letter that I would
okay.
want to refer to, madam.
Yeah.
Yes. I think the content are self-explanatory.
Yeah, okay, fine.
Thank you, madam. So basically, he's indicating that he had a medical advice that he should be at home up until the 4th, which would be Sunday. All probabilities will be back then on. He'll be back on the 4th.
On the 4th of this month.
On the 4th of November, my lord.
November.
Which is then next week, Monday.
So what happens in the meantime? You'll be assisting him.
Yes, my lord.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you. Thank you. Right, sir.
ukuthi-ke kunencwadi-ke singeke sibaluleke ukuthi incwadi ukuthi kodwa-ke uyile-ke yobona udokotela ukuthi-ke uzoba sekhaya-ke kuze kushaye isonto ngazo i-3 uzobuya ngomsombuluka ngeyi-4 zikaNovemba usezoqhubeka-ke uMr Mnisi emele ubaba uMgomezulu.
So what's your view, Mr. Sibiya?
Baba uSibiya ungasukuma inkantolo ukwazi ukuthi uthini-ke wena kulokho. I am in agreement with that, my lord.
Oh, okay, fine. Thanks. Yes, sir.
Is this on it? Yes. Thank you. Just before we continue from where we left off yesterday, Brigadier Gininda, if I can refer you to the introductory sentence that you've already placed on record of Exhibit JJ1, where accused number 2 states as follows.
Yes, ma'am.
I used to work in Carltonville in 2014. Still on the subject of corroboration.
Yes, my lord.
Just want to show you Exhibit DD1. DD1 is the bank statement of accused number 2 from Capitec Bank. On page 3 of Exhibit DD1, there's an address where he's employed. Can you just put that on record?
Yes, my lord. The address, it's Driefontein, Carltonville, my lord. And I can confirm indeed, my lord, that he was employed there. My recollection was his date of employment is 2009 up to 2016.
2009
up to 2016, my lord.
Lana ke i-statement lesi ke sase Capitec ne. Sase Capitec la echaza ke ikheli noma kula ehlala khona wayehlala khona ke ubongani Ntanzi kubhalwe Driefontein eCarltonville ngingasho ke futhi ke ukuthi ke la ayesebenza khona ke waqala ngo-2009 wayofika ke ngo-2016.
Regarding what you've just mentioned now, we wish to show you Exhibit DD, Annexure 2. This is the affidavit of Mr. Hendrik Louis Mulder that you've already referred to. If you can put on record what is stated in paragraph 4, subparagraphs A and F.
Yes. Yes, my lord. It says the date of employment, it's 18 April 2009. And the next paragraph, my lord, let me just go to it.
You're on the next page, the first paragraph on the next page.
Yes, and then the date of termination, my lord, of the employment is 18 February 2016.
That's it.
Employment date, yeah. And then termination date, February.
Uqala kwakhe ke ukusebenza kwakunge-18 ku-April 2009 uma ke seyeka ke noma ke engasaqhubeka umsebenzi kwakunge-18 zikaFebruary 2016.
Then still on Exhibit JJ1, the third sentence, the following stated, I received a call from Sfiso Ntuli. He got my number from Muzi,
Yes, my lord.
and Muzi being
Accused number 1, my lord.
Lana ke kufundeka ngokuthi ke ngase ngithola ucingo olubuya ke kuSifiso inamba yami wayithola ke kuMuzi uyabuza ke umshushisi ukuthi ubani uMuzi umsolwa wokuqala.
We just want to show you Exhibit DD5. This is the affidavit of Mr. Gideon Gous, Lieutenant Colonel Gideon Gous. On page 37 of his affidavit, he attaches Annexure 3, which consists of the contacts that were found on the SIM card of accused number 2's phone. And on page 37, if you can just place on record the number of accused number 2, as well as the contact and the number of that contact.
Yes, so the number of accused 2, my lord, it's 072 505 7056. And the number of accused number 2 under the heading Muzi, it's 079 3790137.
Inamba yakhe ke ngokubhalwe lana umsolwa wesibili u-072 505 7056 bese kuba nenamba ke kubhalwe ke uMuzi kuwona ke ama-contacts ka-number 2 u-079 379 0137.
We dealt with Exhibit SSS, where in the number of accused number 1 is set out. Just place it again on record.
Yes, my lord, it's 079-379-0137.
Lana ke ila bekufunde khona ke yona inamba yakhe ngumsolo wokuqala eku 079-379-0137.
And we've already referred to his bank statement wherein that number is also stated.
Correct, my lord.
Nayo ke i-bank statement la khona ke le number ibhaliwe khona.
Triple A5. And on page 3 of the confession exhibit JJ1, you have already placed the following information on record.
Yes, my lord.
I'm sorry, it's on page 3 of exhibit JJ1. Page 3.
Yes, I am here, my
It
lord.
says, there was then a scuffle between him, referring to Carlos. The previous sentence reads, Carlos was about to open something when Senzo Meyiwa stood up. There was then a scuffle between him and Carlos. Do you see that?
I just want to find the sentence, my lord, so that I'm on the same page.
It's the fourth sentence on page 3.
From the top.
Yes, from the top. At the bottom, it's written page 3 of 6. The bottom right.
This is the
3.
Carlos was about. Yes, I'm on the. Carlos was about to open something. Yes, my lord, I'm on the sentence.
Yes. Yes, you've placed it on record already. Then in the middle of the page, during the scuffle, Carlos fired 2 shots.
Yes, my lord.
Could you find any corroboration for what is stated here?
Indeed, my lord. So the first collaboration, my lord, was with regard to the ballistic report of Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, which indicates that there were 2 shots that you could pick up at the crime scene, my lord.
Lana ke kubhaliwe ke ukuthi ke kuloko kulisana okwakukhona ke uCarlos wase ke eqhumisa isibhamu amahlandla amabili. Ingabe kukhona yini okutholileke okuhambisana nako lokhu? Yebo kuyiqiniso kumbiko wakhe ke uLieutenant Colonel Mangena ekuyena ke owahlola ke noma ke isibhamu wathola ke impela ukuthi ke isibhamu saqhuma kabili khona lapho kwindawo yesigameko.
Yes, my lord. And then the other part is insofar as the witnesses that were in the house, although some of them said 3, but there are those that said they had 2 shots, my lord.
Okunye futhi ke yilabo noma ofakazi ke ababekhona ngaphakathi endlini noma nje abanye ke beshiloko noma besho ke ukuthi ke isibhamu saqhuma amahlandla amathathu kodwa ke kunalabo abathi ke isibhamu saqhuma kabili.
Thirdly, my lord, it is I think the report Messiah, which relates to the exhibits that were found at the crime scene, and one is the projectile that was found behind the jars in the kitchen, and the damaged one that was found on the floor. So that is also the collaboration of the 2 shots being fired, my lord.
Okwesibili ke okushoyo ke ukuthi impela ke isibhamu saqhuma amahlandla amabili Constable Sergeant Musia, yes.
Oh, yes.
Manjeekuseku warrant officer Musia la ashilo ke ukuthi khona ke kunale eyatholakala ngasemuva ke noma ke ngaphezulu kwalo ke ikhabethe bese kunalena ke inhlamvu yonakele eyatholwa phansi.
Indeed, my apologies. It's Warrant Officer Musia, my lord. He was junior then, but yes, that's the gentleman I'm referring to. Yes.
And his affidavit has been handed up as Exhibit C. That's right.
Yes, my lord, although I'm not sure about the exhibit number. But,
It's already
I'll
on
take
record.
it, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Ngizokwamukela ke uma uthi ke exhibit C loyo engikhuluma ngaye.
And there's also mention made of a scuffle.
Indeed, my lord. So the witnesses that were in the house in so far, and I'm referring to the collaboration, they do indicate a scuffle that took place between the deceased and one of the intruders, my lord, particularly the one that was carrying a firearm.
Ngisakhuluma ke nalokhu ke ukuthi okuhambisanayo ke noma okusho into eyodwa nabo ke ofakazi ke bayasho ke labo bebesedlini ke ukuthi ke kwakukhona ke ukulisana okwakukhona ke phakathi kwakhe ke umufi kanye nomunye walaba abangena kakhulukazi lona ke owayephethe isibhamu.
You refer to the affidavit of Lieutenant Colonel Mangena regarding the issue of the 2 shots that were fired.
Indeed, my lord. Yes, I did.
Yebo ngikhulumile ke ngombiko wakhe uLieutenant Colonel Mangena oshilo ukuthi ke isibhamu saqhuma kabili.
That has been handed up as Exhibit X13 in brackets A.
Yes, my lord.
If you can, on page 13, if you can place paragraph 13.1 on record.
Yes.
And paragraph 14.2 on record.
So paragraph 13.1, my lord, reads as follows: at least 2 shots were fired in the house. And then paragraph 4.2 reads as follows: the shooter was most probably in front of the deceased and the firearm in contact with the deceased's chest. The possibility of an altercation or struggle between the deceased and the shooter cannot be ruled out.
Set 13.1. Oh yeah. Isibhamu ke saqhuma amahlandla amabili phakathi endlini u14.2 owadubula ke wayemi noma ke ngokombiko ke lo owadubula ke umufi wayemi phambi kwakhe umufi futhi ke nokuthi ke isibhamu leso ke isibhamu esasilaka yena ke emzimbeni noma esifubeni umufi nokuthi ke futhi ke kwangenzeka ke ukuthi kwakukhona ke ukulisana okwakukhona phakathi kwakhe umufi kanye nalo owamdubula.
Then on page 3 of Exhibit JJ1, towards the end of the page, there's a sentence that starts, "I was there for 5 minutes before they came. As I ran to the car, Muzi was standing outside."
Yes, my lord, I can see that.
You've already commented on this paragraph.
Yes, indeed. I commented, my lord, in relation to the pointing out exhibit, the photos, the pointing out that was done by Lieutenant Colonel Kadebe, my lord, where now accused number 1 indeed points or places himself outside the house where he was standing. So this was corroborated by this part, my lord, as well.
Lana ke kufundeka ngokuthi ngangilapho imizuzu emihlanu ngaphambi kokuthi ke ngaphambi kokuthi bafike uma ngathi uma ngigijima ke ngiya emotweni umuzi wayemi ngaphandle endlini ubusukhulumileke noma ufakazileke malana nalokho yebo ke ngenkathi ke uLieutenant Colonel Hadebe ehambe naye ke umsolo woqala ila umsolo woqala akhomba khona ke esho ukuthi yena wayemi lapho ngaphandle endlini.
And I think it's also mentioned in the statement of taken by Colonel Mboto, my lord, insofar as where accused one says was standing, my lord, outside the house.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ke nakusona ke istatement esathathwa noma esabhalwa uyena uKennel Mbotho kukhona ke lokho lapho la ashoyo umsolo wokuqala ukuthi wayemi ngaphandle endlini.
Then towards the end of that page, the third sentence from the bottom, Carlos and Ntokosizeni asked for the phone and plastic container, which I gave them.
Yes, my lord, I can see that.
Kubhaliwe ke lapha ukuthi uCarlos noMthokoziseni basebecela ke ifoni kanye ke necontainer le plastic engabanikeza ke yebo ngiyakubona lokho.
And in the previous page, page 2, the third sentence from the bottom that you've already placed on record. Sorry, the sixth sentence from the bottom that starts with, Carlos then gave me a phone.
Yes, my lord.
Lana ke ifundeka ngalendlela ke ku page 2 uCarlos wasenginikeza ifone yebo.
You want to comment on that?
Indeed, yes, my lord. So we know, so to corroborate this fact, my lord, it's based on the fact that in the statement of Ms. Kelly Kumalo in particular, she mentions two cell phones that belong to her. It's a 082 number and a 072 number. She further mentions that the 072 number was then taken by the intruders. We could, if one looked at the cell phone record, my lord, one could confirm or account for all the other cell phone numbers and the people who were inside the house at the clinic after this incident has taken place. The only one cell phone that did not go there, my lord, is the 072 that was referred to as a runaway phone, and it was picked up by the Mleleki Tower. So this corroborates, my lord, that indeed there was a phone that was taken, it went to a different direction, my lord.
Lokhu ke kuhambisana ke nento ke esinayo ke noma ke esiyaziyo ke ngoba ngokuhambisana futhi nestatement sakhe ke uMiss Kelly Khumalo la asho khona ke ukuthi ke wayenama number amabili u082 kanye no072 kwase ukuthi ke u072 uyena ke lona ke owathatha noma iyona ke ifone leyo eyathathwa ke ilabo abangena ke endlini futhi ke ubangaba isiqosho noma itower yaqoshwa itower ibuleleki nokuthi futhi ke esibhedlela noma ke eclinic kuona onke ke amafoni ayekhona noma atholakala ke lapho eyayingazange itholakale ile u072 manje ke lokhu uhambisana ke nalokho qedwe ufundwa lana ke ukuthi ke wase uCarlos wasekunikeza ifoni.
We just wish to show you an extract from Exhibit J1. If you can just put the contents of that page on record.
Indeed, my lord, at the bottom, the number, in other words, the cell phone number is the one that belongs to Ms. Kelly Khumalo. It's 072, so it's basically 2772 938 2498. That's her cell phone number. And the date is 26 October 2014, time 21:52 40 seconds, and the tower which was picked up is Muleleki MTSGS, my lord.
Ile number ke ebeqedwe ukukhuluma ngayo ke noma ngiqedwe uyisho ke lena yakhe ke uMiss Kelly Khumalo eku 2772 938 2498 futhi ke idate ebhaliwe u26 October 2014 isikhathi u21:52 nama seconds awu42 itower ke i3G Muleleki.
What is important to mention on this aspect, my lord, is that at this time, at this 21:52 seconds, when this phone was picked up at Muleleki Tower, all the other phones of the people who were inside the house were at the clinics, in other words, where the deceased was rushed to, my lord. So you could account for everyone there, but this particular one was somewhere else, and no one could explain who was in possession of, because everyone that was in the house was at the clinic.
Manje ke lo cingo Lolu cingo lolu kuzona zonke ke incingo noma ke umakhalekhukhwini ababekhona ke laphayana ekliniki ke noma abanikazi abantu babekhona endlini babe nawo bebephethe lapha ekliniki kodwa lolu lona ke ucingo lalungekho lalukwenye indawo nanjengoba ngisho ukuthi kwakuyimuleleki. Sorry.
My Lord, I'm going to object to the evidence that all the phones of the people that were in the house were accounted for at Clinics Hospital. The testimony of Ms. Zandile Khumalo is quite clear. Upon return from Clinics, her mother's phone was found on top of the stove, and Senzo's phone was found beneath somewhere in the kitchen as well. So it's incorrect for the witness to say all of the people's phones that were in the house were accounted for at that particular time at the hospital when the 2498 phone was at Moleleki Tower.
So you say Zandile's phone was?
Zandile says her mother's phone was found on the stove upon return from the hospital, and also Senzo Meyiwa
On there?
from the hospital, from Clinics. It was found on top of the cabinet next to the stove.
At 35111.
At 13351 Kutlano Street, my lord. That is the crime scene.
Yes, sir.
Izophikisana naloku ufakazi akushoyo la ukuthi ke bonke abantu amakhalekhukhwini babo babekubona ke ngoba ubufakazi bukaZandile buthi uma ngabe sebebuya ke esibhedlele umakhalekhukhwini kama wakhe watholakala phakathi endlini phezu kwestove kanye futhi nokaSenzo nawo watholakala khona lapho endlini.
My Lord, Ms. Fillingham specifically testified about this aspect. She did testify that, just barring the cell phone of Zandi's mother, all the cell phones, including the deceased, were at Clinics. We can find that portion in the evidence. She did testify about that, my Lord.
Uyaphendula ke kuloko umshushisi uthi cha yena ke uMr. Fillingham lona ke wakwa Vodacom wethululeke ubufakazi ukuthi ke bonke amakhalekhukhwini babe khona ke lapha yana ke eClinics ngaphandle nje kwakhe amakhalekhukhwini wakhe ke uma kaZandile ufaka futhi nomakhalekhukhwini wakhe umufi bathi ke bazokubheka lokho ukuthi kukuphi nendawo kodwa wakusho uPinky.
We'll find that.
Yeah, you'll have to check, Mr. Ramsipi, please check that.
Yes, but we can put our head on the block about that aspect, yes. Right.
Sorry, this I don't know. I recall Pinky Billingham did mention the distances. Did she mention the distance in her evidence about the phone, the so-called phone of Miss Kelly, that it was found, it picked up the Moleleki Tower?
Yes.
Did she mention the distance from the house,
Crime scene
13511, to the Moleleki Tower? What's the distance?
Yes, she did mention that. Yes.
You remember the dimensions? I remember her saying that. Anyway, you have to check that also. Anybody can assist. Are you aware of that evidence?
I did give the dimension. In my recollection, I think it's about 6.3 kilometers from the crime scene to Moleleki Tower, madam.
Is that so?
But we'll have to verify it.
6.3. Okay, fine. No, it's just just strikes me. And the direction, we never checked the direction of the Moleleki Tower in the evidence. Was there a check of that? That the Moleleki Tower was east or south or north of 3.5111 Kutlano Street house. That was never canvassed.
Yes. Well,
And I'm just asking.
Not the directions. I think she spoke about the
distance only.
Yes.
She didn't say east or west or south or north.
No, my lord. Not
Okay, fine.
If I may assist, when she was testifying on this aspect, she was looking at this map.
That's it, yeah.
And she said Moleleki Tower is down here, but she didn't specify the down here.
Yeah, fine.
Which direction is that?
Okay. So, but the direction there, are they not shown on that
No.
map?
No.
Okay,
She only
fine.
spoke about sectors, but
Yeah,
not,
fine,
not,
fine.
not direction. Then exhibit triple J7 in brackets A. It's Moleleki SGS to crime scene.
Yeah.
The distance is about 6.3 kilometers to the crime scene.
Okay, fine.
All right, we can then continue from where we stopped yesterday afternoon.
Yes, my lord.
It was towards the bottom of page 3. You can start there where it says Karos and Ntokusizeni. It's the third sentence from the bottom.
All right, it reads as follows, my
Yeah,
lord.
maybe just, sorry, just start where it says we drove away from the scene. Just a sentence before that. It's the fourth sentence from the bottom.
Oh, yes, my lord. So it reads as follows. We drove away from the scene. While driving, Karos and Mthokoziseni asked for the phone and plastic container, which I gave them.
Yes.
Karos then said, here is my watch. We drove to the hostel and went straight to room 1B. Karos then pointed to Sifiso and said he must warn me if any word comes out that they were involved, then he will kill me.
Okay. Sase sihamba ke noma sisuka ke lapha kwindawo ke yesigameko sathi sahamba njalo ke uMthokoziseni kanye naye ke uCarlos base bethi angibanikezeke I should give them or they gave me, sorry. Sure. It's this page.
Plastic container.
Or bathi angibanikeze ucingo kanye futhi ke necontainer engabanikeza ke yona ke sahamba njalo ke uCarlos wase ethi ke nali iwashi lami sahamba ke saya ehostel and saya ke futhi kwikamera noma ke kwa room 1B. uCarlos wase ekhomba ke kuSifiso emtshela ukuthi akangiqwayise uma ngabe nje ngingakhuluma ke noma ngisho ukuthi bona ke babe yingxenye uzongibulala.
Yes?
Yes, should I proceed?
Do you wish to proffer a comment regarding these threats?
The only collaboration that I can refer to, my lord, is the report I got from Constable Zongo, where he indicated that he was threatened. And it's contained in his statement, my lord.
Yes.
So there were threats that were brought to my attention, and it specifically mentions accused number 1. It related to accused
Yes.
number 1, my lord.
You've already placed that on record.
Mayelana nalokho kukhona yini ongakusho? Yebo ngakusho ukuthi ke ngangitsheliwe uyena ke uConstable uZungu ukuthi ke kukhona ke ukusatshiswa futhi ke washo ke ethi ke ekhuluma ngaye ke umsolwa wokuqala. Yilokho engakusho ekhambisana nalokho engiqeda ukufunda la.
Yes, and secondly, my lord, just maybe on the previous point, my lord, of the cell phone location. Of the people who were in the house, my recollection is still that the phones were picked up there, but I am open for confirmation, my lord, of Mrs. Kumalo Senior, meaning Kelly's mother Senior, just to confirm that aspect. But what I can say, because it's confirmed by affidavits and all things that have been disclosed even to the defense, that everyone that was in the house was at the clinic, because there were activities as to who said what and did, so, but the issue of the phone that is raised by Mr. Ramsipil, I think one will want to confirm it because my recollection, he might be correct, my lord, in essence, but I will want to confirm it.
Ngingafuna ukuthi ngiqinisekiseke lokho okuqedwa ke ukushiwo noma ukukhulunywa ke uyena ke uMr Ramsipile mayelana ke nocingo lwakhe ke uMakhumalo ekuyena ke umama kaZandile noKelly Khumalo mayelana nocingo lwakhe ke ngingafuna nje ukuthi ngikubheke ngiqinisekise lokho.
I think I recall Zandile said her mother's phone was being charged.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yes, old man remembers. It was on a charger.
Yes. And regarding the objection that has been raised by Mr. Ramsipili, we just want to refer to Exhibit J1. Page 362. If you can just place on record the number on the left-hand column and the towers, as well as the times, starting from 21:55 and 43 seconds.
So it's the number, it's 071, my lord, 437. Four, 3, 98. The writing is so small here, my lord. 437 9831. Yes. 9831.
Do you recognize that number?
Well, not in person, my lord. I wouldn't know from
Well,
the top of my head.
It's already on record that it's his cell phone number.
Okay, my lord, yes.
Le number ke sorry, le number ke engibizwayo ke la noma ebhaliwe xa ngibheke u0714379831 ingabe uyayazi yini? Cha, angiyazi. Sekukhulunyiwe ke lokho la inkantolo ukuthi ke inumber yakhe umufi. Sorry.
And the date, my lord, is 26 October 2014. Time 58 minutes 43 seconds.
I-date kange-26 is October 2014, isikhathi u-21:58 nama-seconds awu-43.
And the tower location was Clinics Phosphorus, my lord.
Futhi ke i-tower eyayixosha kwakuyi-Clinics ePhosphorus.
Yes, and the next entry?
The next entry is the same number, my lord, and the date is still the same, 26 October 2014. Time 21:58:52 seconds. It's a MTC, and the tower is still Clinics Phosphorus, my lord.
Futhi ke si elandelayo ke kuse le number eyodwa futhi i-date kuseyiyona isikhathi u-21:58:52 uhlobo ke lo colleague ke i-MTC khona ke e-Clinics ePhosphorus.
The third one, my lord, is still the same date, 26 October 2014, time 21:56:57 seconds. It was CF, call forward, my lord. It's the same tower, Clinics Phosphorus.
Kuseyileyo number ke ngazo i-26 lezo ke isikhathi u-21:56 nama-seconds awu-56 you call forward isekhona ke e-Clinics ePhosphorus.
Next entry for the same number, my lord, it's 26 October 2014, time 21:58:43 seconds. It's MTSMS, and the tower is still Clinics Phosphorus.
Ukulandelayo ke ngayo leyo date leyo isikhathi kuseleya number eyodwa u-21:58 nama-seconds awu-43 i-MTSMS khona ke e-Clinics ePhosphorus.
Then the same number, also on the same date, 26 October 2014 at 21:59:26 seconds. MTC, it pick up the location in the same Clinics Phosphorus tower, my lord.
Seleyo number eyodwa ke futhi ngazo i-26 isikhathi u-21:59:26 i-MTC khona ke e-Clinics ePhosphorus.
Then the same number again, my lord, on the same date of 26 October 2014, time 22:01:40 seconds. MTC picks up the tower still at Clinics Phosphorus.
leyo number futhi ke ngazo i26 lezo isikhathi u2201 ama seconds awu40 MTC khona eclinics eFoslo.
Next entry, my lord, for the same number is still 26 October 2014, 22:02:31 seconds, MTC, picking up the same tower, 3G Clinics for Soras.
Say leyo number ngazo i26 isikhathi u2202 31 i-MTC khona ke i3G clinics.
Then the very same number again, my lord, date 26 October 2014, 22:04:02 seconds, CF call forward. The tower that is being picked up is still 3G Clinics for Soras.
Leyo number futhi ke eyodwa ngazo i26 October 2014 isikhathi u2204 ama seconds amabili i-call forward khona ke i-tower i3G clinics.
As a good player, until what time is the device at clinics?
Well, my lord, the
What is the
entire
last entry?
the last entry of the same number is picked up still on the same date, 26 October 2014, 22:26:38 seconds. It was still at clinics for Soras, my lord.
Iyabuza ukuthi ke kwaze kwashaya siphi isikhathi leyo number noma leyo makhalekhukhwini lawo usebenza ke okugcina ke la iqosha khona ke noma ke isebenza khona ke iyo leyo date leyo isikhathi 22:26 ama seconds awu38 khona ke eclinic le eFosloras.
That's fine. I'm told by Mr. Ramusipili that he's no longer persisting with the objection.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Yes. Then to come back then to exhibit JJ in bracket 1, you can just continue from where you left off.
Yeah, my lord. So
It's on page 4.
here's my watch. What's that? Then it continues as follows, my lord. Carlos then point. Okay, I've covered this painted thing and said this must never come out with me. Carlos and Sifiso then ordered me to go to the kitchen. The four of them, Carlos, Mapisa, Sifiso, and Muzi, remained in the bedroom, and they closed the door.
Muva kalokho ke uCarlos kanye noSifiso ke base bengitshela ukuthi angihambe ngekitchen bona ke bewu4 uCarlos uMaphisa uSifiso kanye noMuzi basala ke ekamereni.
Sifiso then came
Sorry,
up.
basala ekamereni base ke bevala ke nesicapha sorry.
Yes. Sifiso then came out and gave me 15,000 rands. I was
Shivering.
I was shivering since I was not involved in something. I was involved in something before. I was, my lord, I'll read it as it is, as it's written. I was shivering since I was not involved in something before we all left the hostel in the Polo Vivo at the stop. Sprayed Mapisa and Carlos got into Adam Polo Vivo vehicle and left during the drive to the stop street from the hostel. Carlos kept on pointing his finger at me, threatening me. He was also swearing because I was visibly frightened. I forgot to mention before then. Pointed
Before they parted ways,
Before they parted ways, the four of them first had a
meeting.
meeting outside the vehicle. I also forgot to mention that Mthokoziseni asked Karos at the hostel, are you sure you really hit him? At the stop sign, he pointed me with his finger, saying, I am telling you, you will shit. And he said, a deal is a deal. He also said, if he hears anything, he will kill me. He doesn't know me. Parental home, but Muzi knows and he will show him. He doesn't know my parental home, but Muzi knows and he will show him.
Usifiso wase ezake waphuma ke wazomnikeza imali ewu15,000 ngangingangazela ke ngoba ke angikaze ngaphambilini ngaba ingxenye yento enjena sahamba sonke ke sisuka lapho ehostel sihamba ngayo iPolo Vivo uma sifika ke kwi stop street uMaphisa kanye noCarlos base bephuma ke bengena kwenye iPolo Vivo bahamba sisahamba njalo ke masifika kwi stop street ukusuka ehostel uCarlos njalo nje wayengikhomba ngomunye engisabisa futhi ke engithuka nongithuka ke ngoba ke kwakubonakala noma kwakucacile futhi ukuthi ngangisaba ngikhohliweke ukuthi ngisho ukuthi ngaphambi kokuthi bahlukaneke bona bobane baqale baba nomhlangano ngaphandle emotweni ngikhohliwe futhi nokusho ukuthi uNtokoziseni wabuza kuCarlos ehostel unesiqinisekiso sokuthi umshayile yini uma sifika lapho ke ku stop sign wangikhomba ngomunwe wakhe esithi ke ngiyakutshela
Yes, do you wish to proffer comment?
Sorry. Esisho futhi nokuthi ke ideal washo futhi ke nokuthi uma ngabe nje ezwa uzongibulala ngoba ke esho ukuthi akazi ukuthi ekhaya kukuphi kodwa ke umuzi yena uyazi futhi uzomkhombisa. Sorry.
Yes, my lord. The collaboration that I got is that there seems to be mention of money paid to accused number one insofar as his confession statement is concerned, and it is the same with the confession with this exhibit, my lord, in relation to the confession made by accused number two. That's the first part.
Okokuqala ke engikwaziyo ke mala nezinto ke ezihlanganayo kule inkulumo lezi ukuthi ngiyazi ukuthi kwi statement esakhe ke umsolo wokuqala uyasho ke lapho naye ke noma uyakhuluma ke ngokukhokhelwa imali nalana ke manje siyabona kulesi statement esakhe umsolo wesibili naye ke uyakhuluma ngokukhokhelwa imali okokuqala lokho.
The second thing, my lord, the assertion or the question as to whether are you sure you hit him gives an indication, as I said to the court at the beginning, my lord, that this case looked like a robbery gone wrong. That was based on the preliminary investigation and the statements that there were people who came in, demanded money and cell phone, and a struggle ensued. So it looked as a robbery gone wrong. Until then, these confessions were found, which then changed the direction that this was a contractual killing. So this statement, the assertion, or rather the sentence that says, are you sure that you hate him? For me,
Yes.
simply corroborated that assertion that there was an intention to eliminate the disease, my lord.
Ngishilo ke ngaphambilini ukuthi ke uma uqala ke uphenyo noma ngiqala ke ngophenyo ke esasikuphenya ke noma ngakubheka ke lana ukuthi ke kwakuwabantu ke babezobamba ke inkunzi ke kodwa lokho akwahamba kahle ke kodwa manje uma sekuvela le statement ezimbili ke zona ke ila esekwashintsha khona ke manje nokubheka ke uphenyo ngoba ke kwacaca ke kuyona ke ukuthi cha kwangasibona abantu abeziye ngenhloso yokuthi ke bazobamba inkunzi kodwa ke babeze ngenhloso ukuthi ke ukhona ke lo ezobulawe futhi ke nale statement lesi noma lo mbuzo lo oshoyo ukuthi unesiqiniseko yini sokuthi wamshaya noma umshayile ukukhombisa lokho.
I've already dealt with the threat, my lord, insofar as the report I got from Constable Zongo, my lord.
Bese ngikhulumileke ngokusabisa mayelana ke nawo umbiko engawuthola kuyena uConstable Zungu.
Have you had sight of the post-mortem report?
Yes, yes. During the preliminary stage, my lord, and this is at the stage when I said was basically on a fact-finding mission to establish as to what direction the investigation must take. During that period, one then had sight of the PM report and all the reports, basically, my lord, that were in the statement. That were contained in the docket.
Ingaba wabona yini ke umbiko wedokotela okuyena ke owaye zama ukuthola ke noma ukubheka ukuthi kwakuyini ke noma kwakuyini ayaholela ekuthini umufi ashoneke phecelezi ke lokuthiwa i-postmortem. Yebo ngawubona ke noma ngawubheka ke lowo mbiko lowo kanye nayo yonke eminye imibiko ke eyayikhona ke kwidokodo ila umuntu wayefuna ubheka khona ke ukuthi ke uphenyo ke iluphi uphenyo ekufanele ukuthi lwenziwe.
My lord, I just want to also substantiate this part, that when one look at the cold case analysis, that analysis at that stage, it is not to assume a role of the disposers of the statement. It's basically to get guidance, because you need to get guidance in terms of what happened at the crime scene when the said allegation or offense was committed. Now, when you have to do that, you have to read each and every statement and evidence that is in the docket, because you can only get guidance in terms of the direction you must take by equipping yourself with the information that is contained in the docket at the time. And you can therefore not be selective in terms of what you want to read and leave out. If you do that, you are bound to go to the wrong direction. So you simply read the facts which are corroborated by witnesses, objective evidence like your PM report, your ballistic reports, all the experts that did. You read that to simply get the analysis. So I read the PM report on that context during the phase of establishing whether they were intruders or not.
Futhi ke okwenzekayo ke noma ke engifisa ukuthi ngikutsheleke ngikwazise inkantolo ukuthi ke uma ufunda ke istatement akusibona ke ukubheka ke ukuthi ke labo ke kuyibona benze istatement kwakuyini ke noma benzani bona, kodwa ke yila uma ngabe ufuna ukwazi ke ukuthi kwenzekani noma ke ufanele uye ngakuluphi ke uhlangothi kuphenyo lwakho, awukhethi ke ukuthi cha lesi statement ngizosifunda ngizosiyeka lesi ngifunde lesi, ufunda konke okukhona kwidokodo. Ilapho ke manje usuzothola khona ke umkhombandlela labo ukuthi uphenyo lakho uluya ngakuluphi uhlangothi.
Dr. Steenekamp, the pathologist who performed the post-mortem report, has already testified, and his report has been handed up as Exhibit L. I just wish to draw your attention to page 2 thereof, if you can just place on record the cause of death.
It says, my lord, consistent with the bullet wound of the chest involving the heart and lung.
Lana ke uma echaza ke noma ke esho ke udokotela ukuthi ke kwakuyini ke imbangela yokushona kwakhe inhlamvu ke noma ke ukulimala okushaywa ke iyona ke inhlamvu ungena ke esifubeni nase futhi ke kuzona ke iphunga.
You want to proffer any comment regarding the contents of it?
My lord, I do recall that in this exhibit JJ, somewhere the deponent does indicate that the second shot, if I'm not mistaken, went off while the firearm was pointed at the chest of the deceased. Now that is consistent and it corroborated by the people who were inside the house who saw what was happening during the struggle. It's then consistent also with the PM report that we just saw. And there's also markings where the pathologist indicates that the wound, the entry wound, was in front and it exited at the back. But the critical point or the important part is the entry wound that was on the chest. But furthermore, Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, when he was doing his reconstruction back in 2014, he also made a comment with regard to the entry wound. Then thirdly, my lord, there are post-mortem photos that were taken when the post-mortem was done, I think on the following day, on the 28th. And they clearly show that the entry wound was indeed on the chest of the deceased, my lord. So
lana-
there's that collaboration.
Lana-ke okuhambisana-ke nakho lokhu engiqeda ukufunda ukuthi udokotela wathini-ke okwaba yimbangela yokushona kwakhe kukhona-ke la ofakazi-ke abakhona-ke ababekhona phakathi endlini abashoyo-ke ukuthi-ke wadutshulwa-ke esifubeni kanye futhi-ke nestatement lesi esifundayo manje-ke exhibit JJ naso-ke uyasho-ke lo unikeza ngalesi statement ukuthi-ke washaywa noma-ke wadutshulwa-ke esifubeni kanye futhi-ke naye uLieutenant Colonel Mangena washo-ke naye ukuthi-ke umufi wadutshulwa noma washaywa-ke khona esifubeni sikhona futhi ney'thombe zayo-ke i-postmortem ey'khombisa kona lokho.
My Lord, this is really not an objection, but is to correct what the brigadier said, that in exhibit JJ, that's where it is deposed that accused number 2 says the deceased was shot on the chest. According to the statement, and I read at page 3 of 6 of the annexure to JJ, it says, I didn't see where Senzo was hit because when the shots were fired, I went outside. So there's no way where accused says, I saw that the deceased was shot on the chest.
Okay. I think my learned friend was just a step ahead of us. We're just on the point of referring to exhibit HH in bracket 1, which you've already referred to. The last sentence, just put it again on record. Last sentence going into the following page.
And okay, it says, as the firearm was pointed at his chest. That's what it says, my lord.
Lana-ke okubhaliwe-ke lana exhibit JJ lena nanjengoba isibhamu-ke lesi sasikhonjwe esifubeni sakhe.
And the assertion I made, my lord, was in relation to this, my lord.
Futhi lokho bengiqeda ukukhuluma-ke bekumayela nako lokhu oqeda ukufundwa la.
And if we can just revisit one aspect on page 4 of exhibit JJ. The first paragraph, you've already placed that on record. Carlos and Sifiso then ordered me to go to the kitchen. The 4 of them, Carlos, Mapisa, Sifiso, and Muzi, remained in the bedroom and they closed the door.
Yes. Yes, my lord.
We'll come back to this aspect.
Okay, man.
We just wish to refer you to the record of the 7th of September 2023, page 20, line 24 to 25, as well as page 21, lines 1 to 3.
Yes, my lord. So it reads as follows, my lord, under Mr. Zungu. He was wearing a black jacket, and then Kwabini requested me and said, Uncle, may I please speak to these gentlemen? They are leaving. They are going now home. I did exactly that and went out. As I went out, I saw Mapisa standing there at the corner.
Mafika.
Is it Mafika? Oh, yes. Mafika standing there at the corner. My apologies, my lord.
Lana ke i-statement esikaZungu lesi noma ubufakazi bukaZungu wayegqoke ijekete eyayimnyama wase uGwabini engicela ke ethi malume ngiyacela ke bengicela ukukhuluma nalamadoda bayahamba sebaya ekhaya ke manje ngenza kona lokho ke ngase ngiyaphuma uma ngiphuma ke ngabona umafika emi khona lapho ekhoneni.
Thank you. Malatas, it's almost time for the short adjournment.
Okay,
Can we
fine.
take the short adjournment?
15 minutes then. Yes, sir.
We left off with exhibit JJ, in brackets 1, the annexure.
Yes, yes, my lord.
I think you had just page 5.
Yes.
The first, you ended up at the end of the first paragraph.
Yes. Indeed, my lord. The next paragraph says, Muzi walked to his place. Thereafter, Sifiso then said, I must not sleep at my place. He took me to a place in Johannesburg, a flat, after picking up his brother in Davidton.
Umuzi wasehamba eya kwakheke emuva kwaloko uSifiso wangitshela ke ukuthi ke angayi ukuyolala kwami wangithatha wangisa endaweni ethize eJohannesburg iflat emuva kokuthi esethathe umfowabo eDavidton.
Sifiso and his brother then brought liquor and we drank. I went to sleep. Sifiso came to pick me up in the morning. They dropped me off in Davidton. After 2 days, Sifiso gave me further cash. I got a total of about 45,000 rands. This includes the initial 15,000 rands. I then got in a taxi back to Carltonville. I had to change my cell phone number since they kept on calling me, threatening me.
Okay. uSifiso nomfowabo ke base bethenga ke utshwala saphuza ngahamba ke ngayolala uSifiso weza ke ezongilanda ekuseni bangihambisa bangisa eDavidton la bangishiya khona ke emuva kwamalanga amabili uSifiso wanginikeza enye imali futhi ngathola ke isamba esu45,000 uma usuhlanganisa ke nalo ya 15,000 oqala engangimtholile ngathatha ke ngagibela ke itekisi ngibuyela khona eCarltonville kwafaneleke noma kwaphoqeleka ke ukuthi ngishintshe inamba yami yocingo nanjengoba babengifonela njalo bengisabisa.
On the other year, Kwabini Sifiso called me and asked me if I was going to come to his hometown. I went to his hometown, called him, but he then told me he is at Muzi's house. I then went to Muzi's house. On my arrival, I discovered there was a meeting which was about to end. I do not know. I did not know what it was about. In this meeting, the father of the guys who held the meeting were present. I was there plus minus 3 minutes when we asked if we are a family. We should excuse ourselves from the meeting. Kwabini remained. I went outside. Kwabini later something the meeting, my lord. I was about an attempt between the altercations between the sisters of Muzi, who threatened to tell the police they had Senzo killed. That's all.
Just a moment. Okay, yes, sorry.
Yeah, so
Komunye unyaka ke ukwabini usifiso base bengishayela ke ucingo bengibuza ukuthi ke ngizoza yini kuyibo ngahamba ke ngaya kubona ngase ngimfonela ke kodwa wangitshela noma ngamshayela ke ucingo wangitshela ukuthi ke ukubomuzi ngahamba ke ngaye kubomuzi uma ngifika ke lapho ngathola ke ukuthi kwakunomhlangano owawuse uzophela ke angazi ukuthi umhlangano lowo wawumayelana nani wona ke lowo mhlangano lowo obaba balabo babalisa labo ababambe umhlangano babe khona ngangilapho ke isikhathi esingangimizuzu emithathu uma ke sesibuzwa ke ukuthi ingabe sasiwumndeni yini sase sicelwa ke noma sitshelwa ke ukuthi ke asiphumeke kuona ke umhlangano ukwabini wasala ke yena mina ngaphumela ngaphandle wase ukwabini ethi ke umhlangano lowo wawumayelana ke nokulwisana okwakukhona phakathi ke kwabodadewabo umuzi ababesabisa ukutshela amaphoyisa ukuthi ke bona ke babulala uSenzo kuphelele lapho.
yes, just that other portion, the way that you couldn't decipher a meeting which was about to end.
Yes, the meeting that was about to end. Correct, my lord.
Now, Brigadier Gininda, if you compare what is contained in this last paragraph and the last paragraph of Exhibit HH in brackets 1,
The court can just bear with me. Can I use yours? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, madam.
the way it starts with, as there was dissatisfaction.
Okay, let me just find the sentence, my lord. Yes. So
You can place that
can I
again
place it on record?
yes.
Okay. It says, as there was dissatisfaction about the money, it led to a meeting to be held in the homeland at Matlabatini. It escalated to such an extent that Moses Sibia had leaked the information about the incident, open bracket, murder of Senzo Meyiwa, close bracket. Njabulo and Lulema had an argument with Moses Sibia. Where a meeting was convened by the family I can't say this word. Family I can't make sense of this word, my lord, but it says something by Moses' father. Oh, it reads as follows, my lord. I got it now. Where a meeting was convened by the family headed by Moses' father, he told them to keep quiet about the incident of the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. The family agreed about the conspiracy to keep quiet about the incident. The matter was never reported to the police. I then left for Carltonville and later to Rustenburg.
Ifundeka ngalendlela ke nanjengoba kwakukhona ke ukungagculiseki ke mayelana nayo ke imali lokho ke kwaholela ekuthini kube nomhlangano okhona ke emakhaya emahlabathini lokho kwasekudlulela ekuthini ke lo mhlangano lowo noma lapho ke ukuthi ke umuzi Sibia kukhona ke awayesekukhulumile noma ke awayesekushilo mayelana nesigameko lesi ukubulawa kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa unjabulo kanye nolulama baba ke nokuxabana ke noma nokulwisana ke kanye nomuzi Sibia la khona ke kwaba nomhlangano umhlangano lowo ke owawuholwa bizwe uwona umndeni uholwa uyena ubaba kamuzi wabe esetshela ke noma ebatshela ke ukuthi bathuleke mayelana nesigameko leso sokubulawa kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa. Umndeni wavumelana ke ngakho lokho ukuthi ke kuthulweke mayelana nesigameko leso. Awukazeke udaba lolu kukhulunywe ngalo noma lubikwe emaphoyiseni. Ngase ngihamba ke ngiye eCarltonville kamuva ngaya eRustenburg.
My Lord, the correlation is that one, this paragraph in Exhibit JJ, there's a collaboration with Exhibit HH, my Lord.
Okokuqala ke lana ukuthi lokhu okukhona okubhaliwe lana ke exhibit leli eliku JJ ukhona ke kubhaliwe kuyahambisana nokubhaliwe la ku HH.
Secondly, my Lord, insofar as the investigation, the docket itself, there is indeed also no entry or report where
Yes,
there was such a report.
yes. Let's just confine ourselves to just the two paragraphs. You say there's affinity between the two paragraphs.
Indeed, my Lord.
Phakathi kwaloko okubili kokubhaliwe ke uJJ no HH kuhlangana noma ke kusho ke into efanayo.
What in particular?
Well, the issue of the meeting, my Lord, and the misunderstanding in the homelands, particularly in relation to the family that affects accused number one, my Lord. That seems to be a common denominator.
Udaba ke lomhlangano ke emakhaya kwakunye futhi ke nodaba lolu ke lokuthi ke kwakhona ke ungagculiseki ke kona ke umndeni kakhulukazi ke umsola wokuqala.
Thank you. We are now done with Exhibit JJ. A proposition has been put forward by Mr. Ramosepele during the proceedings of the 11th of October 2023. We're going to refer you to page 2 thereof. If you can just page 2, page 8, and page 9, you can just put the contents on record.
Page 2, my Lord, of the proceedings of the 11th of October 2023, under Mr. Ramosepele, my Lord, reads as follows. I was given instruction that on 25 October 2015, specifically, there were certain transactions showing and indicating that they were done in Ngoma by accused 2. When we look at the records furnished to us, those records are not reflected in the statement. Yes, my Lord. So that is page 2, my Lord. The date says 2015, and I was trying to double check it. But anyway, page 8, my Lord, goes further to say, accused 2 states that he had a certain ceremonies to perform. Therefore, he obtained a loan from this bank, Capitec, to do the work that he was supposed to do. Firstly, we have gone through this, and our accountant has gone through this as well with me. We do not see that loan amount reflected here. Then page 9, my Lord, under Mr. Ramosepele reads, as it pleases the court, my Lord, the very same instructions, my Lord, that he only had one Capitec account into which the loan amount was deposited. Like I am saying, it is not reflected on this statement, and also then there's intervenes, my Lord. That is the end of page 9, my Lord.
Nasiqala lana ke ku page 2 ngaphansi kwegama lakhe ke uMr. Ramosepele. Ngitsheliwe ke umangalelwa ke noma ngumsola engimele ukuthi ke nge-25 October 2015 kakhulukazi ke kukhona ke okwenzeka ke noma ke ama transactions noma ke ukusetshenziswa ke kwekhadi ke lebhanga okutshengisayo ke ukuthi ke kwenziwa kwaNongoma uyena umsolwa wesibili. Uma sibheka ke kulama record lana ke esiwanikeziwe lokho ke noma lawo ma record lawo ke awatshengisi kulesi statement lesi. bese kuthi ke upage 8 umsolo wesibili uyasho ke ukuthi ke kunemisebenzi noma ke imicimbi ke ethize ekwakufanele ukuthi ayenze ngakho ke wase ethola ke noma ke eyoboleka ke imali ebhange noma phecelezi ke i-loan eCapitec ukuthi ke enze leyo micimbi leyo. Okokuqala ke uma ngabe sesibheka ke kulama record lana ke no accountant yethu asiyiboni leyo loan noma ke ayiveli ke leyo loan khona lapho bese kuthi upage 9 athi ke engikutshelwayo futhi ke umsolwa ukuthi ke yena ke wayene account eyodwa kuphela noma eyodwa vo eCapitec la imali le awayeyibolekiwe ke ebhange noma ke i-loan leyo eyafakwa khona ke nanjengoba ngisho ke ukuthi ke ayiveli kusona ke lesi statement lesi.
Now, what is your comment regarding reference to this loan that was made at Capitec?
My Lord, so maybe let me start from what I recall was given to me previously as the request or the alibi that needed to be followed. Insofar as I recall, this is now prior to these proceedings, rather me testifying, my Lord, was that accused 2 was indicating that on the 27th of October 2016 and not 2014, so I want to put that into context, not 2015. That's what was told to me, that he's alleging that on the 27th of October 2014, he was at Nongoma, where then there were these transactions. In other words, that alibi was given as to try and show or to show that, he was not in Gauteng. And that's what I was asked to follow, my Lord.
Asiqale nje lana ke ukuthi ke ngisilungise ke indaba lena ke yedate nanjengoba la kuthiwa ke 25 October 2015 cha kwakungo 27 October 2014 ekwakufanele mina ke ngikulandelele ngikubheke ke noma ngenze isiqinisekiso sakho ukuthi ke nge-27 October 2014 umsolo wesibili ke wayethi yena ke waye kwaNongoma. Yes.
Now, my Lord, and then I made the application for Section 205 to the Capitec Bank, which then the 205s, including the statement of the responsible person, was then given to us, my Lord.
Ngase ngenza ke isicelo lesi sibiza ukuthi ke Section 205 khona ke ebhange eCapitec nomuntu ke loyo ke osebenza ke khona lapho nestatement ke futhi asenza.
Now, my Lord, according to the Capitec records for accused 2, they show that the last transaction, which was a withdrawal, was made on the 24th of October 2014. Then the next transaction after the 24th of October was on the 4th of November 2014. In other words, there was transaction where there was a withdrawal on the 24th of October 2014. The next transaction, except the fees, there are fees in charge, but the actual activity, it's then reflecting only on the 4th of November 2014. So there was no transaction on the 27th of October anywhere, be it Nongoma or anywhere. The account was silent, my Lord.
Lana ke futhi ke ngithola ke mase ngibheka ke kuona ke noma ke statement zase Capitec ukuthi ke nge 24 zika October 2014 la ekwakhishwa khona ke imali kwase elandelayo ke kwaba nge 4 zika November 2014 akukho ke la ethi khona ke nge 27 zika October 2014 khona kwenziwa noma kwaNongoma noma yikuphi noma yipi enye indawo.
And this, my Lord, was the basis of what I said during the trial, within trial, when I said the second alibi was not accurate, my Lord.
Ilokho ke ebengikhuluma ngako uma bengisho ke inkathi ke bekune trial ukuthi ke lokho kwesibili asitshele kona ukuthi wayekuphi nendawo kwaku ngasilona ke iqiniso.
Yes, thank you. This bank statement from Capitec has been handed up as Exhibit DD in brackets 1.
Yes, my Lord.
And it consists of 18 pages. If
Yes,
you can just, on page 2, just place the particulars of the client in question, paragraph 1.
Is it on the actual statement or the statement
Yes,
of the...
page 2.
Page 2.
On the statement
On the
of
statement of... Okay. So...
the bank employee of Capitec.
Yes, indeed, my Lord. So it says, client, Mr. Bongani Ntanzi, and then it says being account one.
Yeah, just start there, one.
All right,
Copies?
my lord. All right, so it reads as follows, my lord, from the top. Annexure, I'll read it from the top, my lord. Annexure of affidavit in terms of section 236 of Act 51 of 1977. Exposition of accounting records and or documents attached hereto. Number one, my lord. Copies of the bank statements for account of client Mr. Bongani Ntanzi, being account number 135-641-2988. Statement is for the period of 25 October 2014 to 28 October 2014, period requested. There were no transactions on this account for the period requested.
And just put on record again, for which period was the transactions requested?
The transaction were requested, my lord, for the period of 25/10, which is October month, /2014 to 28 of October 2014. And then it says there were no transactions on this account for the period requested.
Yes.
Lana ke imininingwane ke yasebhangi lena eshoyo ke ukuthi statement esifungelwe ke ngaphansi komthetho u236 Act 51 ka1977 iyasho ke ukuthi amakhophi estatement sebhanki kwi-account ka babhalwa client uMr Bongani Ntanzi, babhalwa ke nayo i-account number. Istatement lesi sacelwa ke sicelwa isikhathi i25 October 2014 kuyofika ke nge28 zika October 2014 isona ke isikhathi leso imininingane eyayifunelwa sona. Akukho okwenzeka ke kuyona le account ngaso leso sikhathi leso esiceliwe noma esasiceliwe.
The specific date for the alleged transactions, what was the date again? Just put that on record.
The one that we asked to follow, my lord,
Yes.
was the 27th of October 2014, my lord.
Isikhathi ke thina esasiceliwe ukuthi siyosibheka ke sibheke ukuthi ke khona ke okwakwenzekile kwakunge27 zika October 2014.
Thank you. And on page 3 thereof, of exhibit DD in brackets 1,
Okay, of the same document.
yes, just place those particulars that appear under title, the address.
Yes. So under title, my lord, it says Mr. Bongani Ntanzi, and then address, it's room FF30, Masiza Kele, Driefontein, Carltonville, my lord.
Imininingwane elana ke ikhuluma ke ngalo ikheli uMr Bongani Ntanzi uroom FF 38 eMasiza Kele eDriefontein eCarltonville.
Yes, the cell phone number.
The under mobile number, my lord, it's 060-901-6890, my lord.
Bese kuthi ke inamba yakhe ke okay inamba kamakhalekhukhwini u0609016890.
Thank you. Then there's a line that says linked accounts. Just place those accounts on record.
My lord, yes. Link accounts. Then it says customer details. So it starts with its numbers, my lord. It says 135-641-2980. Then it says open the savings account, and then the ZR own, and then there's an amount mentioned there, the amount of money mentioned there, my lord. That is a savings account. The second one, it's 588-2755, CLOSL, multi-loan account, and then the ZAR own 00. So under the loan, there's 00, my lord. The third account, it's 142-588-2372, CLOSL, 60-month term loan, ZAR own also 00 there, my lord.
It's on record that CLS stands for closed.
Yes.
Okay, lana ke kunama account number ke abhaliwe ke abhaliwe ama account number noma ke imininingwane yayo ke i-client kwabhalwa ke i-savings account kunemali ke ebhaliwe khona laphayana kwabhalwa ke futhi nenye futhi i-number kwabhalwa multi loan akunamali ke ekhona lapho kanye futhi ke nelandelayo ke futhi i-60 month noma ke inyanga eziwu-60 isikhathi ke sayo i-loan kodwa ke imali akunamali ekhona.
Yes.
So in other words, there are two accounts that are linked to the savings account that they've placed on record. And the status of those accounts is that they were closed and there were no funds in those accounts. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lord. In essence, it means there was only one account active or open, my lord.
Kwakunama account ke amabili ke ayengena ngaphansi noma ke ayelinkiwe noma ehlanganiswe naleyo savings account leyo kodwa ke ayevaliwe ke engenamali i-account eyodwa eyayisebenza.
And on page 6, savings account statements. It's got a branch stamp,
Yes, I've got it.
6 September 2023. Just put in record transactions not yet processed, the sentence starting with transactions not yet processed.
Yes, so it's on top, my lord. There's a date stamp of Capitec dated 06/09/2023. There's a branch code. Then it says no transaction for the statement period selected. Transactions not yet processed on your account up to 28/10/2014. There are no unprocessed transactions items.
Thank you.
Lana ke iyachaza ke ukuthi akukho ke okwenzeka ke kuyona ke noma kule statement noma kule account ke isikhathi lesi ke esishiwo ke lana ukuthi awekho ke nama transactions enziwe ke noma ekusafanele ukuthi ke aprocess noma ke enziwe ke kuyona le account kuyofika ke nge-28 zika October 2014.
Thank you. If you can then go to the transactions themselves.
Yes.
You've already mentioned the transaction of the 24th of October 2014.
Yes.
If you can go to the very first one on the 24th of October 2014. The very first transaction on the date.
Yes.
Yes, just put
It is a cash on the 24th, my lord.
Yes.
Yes. So date is 24 October 2014. It's the ATM cash withdrawal, ATM Carltonville.
Nge-24 zika October 2014 la bakhishwa khona ke imali kwi-ATM eCarltonville.
And the money is indicated, the amount, my lord,
Yes.
is indicated as well.
Ibhaliwe ke nokuthi kwakuyimalini.
Yes, the next transaction.
The next transaction on the very same date of 24 October 2014, there were ATM cash withdrawal fees charged by the bank, my lord.
Ngazo i-24 zika October 2014 njalo ke imali ke yebhangi noma ke le mali ke ethathwa ibhangi ke ama bank fees.
Then the third transaction on the same day of 24 October 2014, it was the SMS notification fee, one notification. There's a fee that was charged also, my lord.
Bese kuthi ngalo lelo langa i-24 October 2014 nalapho imali futhi ke edonswa ibhangi.
Thereafter, my lord, there are no transactions. You start seeing activities or some movement in account on the 31st of October 2014, which is the interest received. So it's not actually the actual transaction, but it's the bank interest received.
La uphinde kungenzeki lutho ke uma sophinde uzobona futhi ukuthi khona ke okwenzekayo ke kungazo i-31 ku-October 2014 ikhuluma ke ngenzalo noma ke i-interest eyathola.
And then on the 31st of October 2014, my lord, there's also a monthly account administration fee.
Ngazo i-31 October 2014 futhi ke nalapho ke imali ke ethathwa ilona ke ibhangi noma abebizwa ngokuthi ke i-monthly account admin fee.
Then, my lord, this is the date of the 4th of November 2014, where there's ATM cash withdrawal, ATM at OS Driefontein, Driefontein.co.za, my lord.
Bese kuthi ke ngazo
OS.za, Driefontein.
bese kuthi ngazo i-4 kuNovember njalo ke ngo-2014 imali ke yakhishwa ke kwi-ATM ibhalwe ke ATM was eDriefontein.
And then thereafter, on the very same date, my lord, you then have the ATM cash withdrawal fees that were charged, my lord.
Bese kuthi ngalelo langa i-4 November 2014 bese kuba imali ke ethathwa noma edonzwa ibhange.
Can we just
a
brief?
different date, my lord?
Yes, sorry. I'm sorry. Can you just briefly refer to Annexure DD? Sorry, Exhibit DD, Annexure 2. This is the affidavit of Mr. Mulder, Hendrik Louis Mulder. And if you can just put the contents of paragraph 5, Roman figure 6 on record.
Paragraph 5.
Is the one that refers to the 2nd and the 3rd of November.
Yes. So it says, my lord, the 2nd and the 3rd of November 2014 again reflect as non-working days, open bracket, NWU, close bracket, my lord.
Okay. Okubhaliwe ke lana ukuthi ke ilanga i-2 kanye ne-3 kuNovember 2014 nalapho futhi itshengisa ke ukuthi kwakuamalanga ke aye okungasebenzi.
Yes. Maybe just to give the context, just put on record the paragraphs preceding that.
Yes, my lord. So the paragraph preceding that says, the 27th of October 2014 to the 31st of October 2014 reflect as unpaid leave, open bracket, UL and close bracket, my lord. Then it's followed by this sentence that says the 2nd and the 3rd of November 2014 again reflects as non-working days.
Ngaphezulu noma ngaphambili nje kwalokho ke bese ithi nge-27 zika-October 2014 ukuyofika ke nge-31 zika-October 2014 itshengisa ke ukuthi ke kwakuyi-holiday ke noma ke i-leave engakhokhelwa.
Yes, thank you. You've already placed on record the last working day of accused number 2.
Indeed, my lord, which is the 25th of October 2014.
Bese ngishilo ke ukuthi ke ilanga lokugcina aye ngalo emsebenzini ke umsolo wesibili kwakuyi-25 October 2014.
Thank you. You can then proceed to the transactions of the 4th of November 2014.
So the transaction of the 4th of November 2014, my lord, it's a ATM cash withdrawal at OS Driefontein. And then on the very same day of the 4th of November 2014, there was the ATM cash withdrawal fee charged, my lord. The amounts are mentioned, my lord.
Bese kuthi ke ngazo i-4 zika-October 2014 njalo ke kunemali yakhishwa ke kwi-ATM was Driefontein ngazo i-14 November 2014 njalo ke bese nebhange ke yase ke inemali eyithathayo.
Yes, so those are the two transactions on the 4th of November 2014, my lord.
Yes, and the 12th of November.
And the next payment, transaction, my lord, is 12 November 2014. It says payment received. There's a reference number. Transferred with number 049147774. There's amount mentioned there, my lord. Then on the very same day, 12 November 2014, it's SMS notification fee, which is also mentioned there in terms of the amount, my lord. Then 13 November 2014, it's ATM cash withdrawal at Os Driefontein. The amount is mentioned. Then on the same day, 13 November 2014, it's ATM cash withdrawal fee. The next
Thank you.
transaction.
Thank you. That's enough. Thank you.
Lana ke masiqhubeka ke emuva kwazo ke i4 November siyeke kuyi12 kunemali ke eyakhokhwa ke noma ke eyafakwa ke lapho ishiwo ke nemibhaliwe ke leyo mali ngazo i12 futhi ke base babhaleleke ukuthi ke i-notification fee nge-13 November 2014 nemali eyakhishwa ke kwi-ATM e-Os Driefontein.
If you can just go back to the 21st of October 2014, there's a transfer there. Just put that transaction on record.
21st.
Yes. There's a credit there, 21st of October 2014. Says payment received.
21st of October.
Yes.
Oh yes, so no, it starts on top. On top, my lord, the first entry on the 21st of October is a withdrawal. So this will be the third one. So I'll go to it.
Yes, the second, yes, just
Yeah,
after
yeah.
the withdrawal.
All right. So it will be 21 October 2014. Payment received. There is a reference number, which, yeah, there's a reference number, my lord, P12014/1021. 048-106-2596. Then it says transfer. There's amount mentioned, my lord.
Nge-21 October 2014 nemali ke eyathola noma ke eyangena ke kuyona ke account leyo kune reference number ebhaliwe ke khona lapho.
Then on the very same day, 21 October 2014, there is SMS notification fee, and it was 3 notifications, my lord.
Kanye futhi ke ngazo i21 lezo October 2014 ke la ebathatha khona ke imali yokwazisa noma ke iSMS notification fee kunama notification amathathu.
Thank you. Then on the 19th of November 2014, there's also another credit there. Just put that transaction on record.
Okay, just
No, actually, 2 transactions on the 19th of November. Wait.
19 November. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. On the 19th of November 2014, there are 2 transactions. Oh, sorry. Thank you. There are two transactions on the 19th of November 2014, both credits.
Yes, my lord. So
Just
the
put that on record.
Yeah, indeed, my lord. So the first one for the period of 19 November 2014, it says payment received. Then it says PR, I suppose it's period, my lord, date 2014/11/19 with serial number 049-365-2491. There's amount mentioned that was received, my lord, that was transferred, my lord. Then the second one, same date, 19 November 2014, it says payment received. Then it says PR period 2014 of November/22, and then the serial number thereof is 049-365-2486, and the amount is also mentioned on the other column, my lord.
Nge-19 November 2014 kunamahlandla amabili ke la nemali khona ke eyatholwa noma ke eyangena ke kuyona ke i-account ibhaliwe ke futhi noma ibhaliwe ke lezo imali ukuthi kwakuyimalini.
So, Brigadier Gininda, will it be correct then to say from the 21st of October 2014 up to the 19th of November 2014, the only credits to the accounts are the ones that you've just placed on record, the three transactions?
That is correct, my lord.
Ngabe kuyiqiniso yini ukuthi kusuka ngazo 21 October 2014 kuyofika ke nge-19 sika November 2014 okwenzeka ke lapho kwi-account iloku nje oqeda ukufunda noma kubalile noma ke la ma-transactions amathathu yebo kuyiqiniso.
And you've already placed on record that this second alibi, as you put it, was not accurate.
Yes, my lord, I did.
Ubusushilo ke ukuthi lokho kwesibili abekutshele kona ukuthi wayekuphi ke kwangasilona iqiniso yebo kunjalo.
Thank you. If we can then get back to the course that the investigation followed
Yes.
after the two confessions were obtained, Exhibit HH and Exhibit JJ.
Yes, my lord.
What happened thereafter?
So, my lord, the course that was followed was to identify accused 2, 3, and 4 in terms of their true identity. That was done, my lord.
Emuva ke kokuthi le statement ezimbili ke exhibit JJ no HH sebekhona ke kwakulandelela ke manje nokubheka ke umsola wesibili owesithathu nowesine ke ukuthola ke ukuthi ngempela ke babe obani.
Sorry, just place which accused did you want to identify?
Accused number 3, Mthobisi Mncube,
Umsola wesithathu uMthobisi Mncube,
and then accused 4, Mr. Mapisa,
owesine Mr. Mapisa,
and accused 5, Mr. Ntuli, my lord.
kanye ke nowesihlanu ke uMr. Ntuli.
And why did you want to identify them?
Because they were mentioned, my lord, as in the statement of accused 2, this exhibit HH and exhibit JJ as the co-perpetrators of the deponent of exhibit HH and JJ, my lord.
Ngoba ke babe shiwo ke noma ke amagama abo ekhona ke la the statement ke esenzwa uyena ke umsolwa wesibili ke.
Yes.
My lord, after they were identified, then the profiling was then done. That is now starting with accused 3 to establish where he was, which we established that at that time he was incarcerated for unrelated matter to this matter, my lord.
Manje ke kwakuthola ke manje ukuthi bakuphike nendawo noma ke bangatholakala phike qala ngaye ke umsolwa wesithathu la athola khona ke ukuthi ke wayese jeleke kodwa ke ngokungahlangene nalelicala.
And so was the situation with accused 4 and 5, my lord.
Kwakunjalo ke kuyena ke umsolwa wesine kanye nowesihlanu.
Then I also, my lord, in light of the profile that we had, pursued or tried to establish what items were seized when accused 3 in particular was then arrested for that unrelated matter.
Kwase ke manje ukuthi ke sengifuna ukwazi ke ukuthi yini ke kwakuyini eyathathwa noma ezathathwa ke kuyena ke uma eseboshwa ke umsolo wesithathu kulelo ke icala elangahlangene naleli.
The purpose thereof, my lord, was to see if we can collect any evidence that was already in the hands of the police, my lord, in order to support the assertion, my lord. On exhibit HH and JJ.
Injongo noma inhloso ke yalokho ayikubheka ke ukuthi kwakukhona yini okwakusezandleni zamaphoyisa esasingakuthola ukusupporta ke noma ke supporta lokho esasinako ke thina ke noma okukhona la ku exhibit JJ kanye naye ke uHH.
The first case number, my lord, that one was able to pick up is under Cleveland 96 of 2015, where accused 3 was arrested for.
Just repeat the case number.
Cleveland 96 of 2015.
Icala lokuqala noma ke case number yokuqala ke yayingaphansi kwakhe ke umsolo wesithathu ke yatholakala ku Cleveland 962 of 2015.
Now, in that docket, my lord, one was able to establish that there was a cell phone seized as well as a firearm that was seized by the arresting officers, my lord.
Manje ke kulelo ke icala ke la engakwazi ukuthi ngithole khona ke ukuthi ke iphoyisa elalimbopha ke lapho kulelo cala lelo kunomakhala ekhukhwini noma ke i-cellphone elayithatha kanye futhi nesibhamu.
And according to the information contained on the docket, my lord, it's alleged that it was seized from accused number 3.
Futhi ke ngokolwazi noma information eyayilapho ke kwidokodo lelo ukuthi ke lezo zathola noma zathathwa kuyena ke umsolwa wesithathu.
Now, my lord, I further established that the said cell phone was taken to the police war room for downloading in relation to that matter of Cleveland, my lord. And Alexander, it was going with other dockets, but the reference that was used was this Cleveland 96 of 2015.
Nokuthi ke futhi leyo makhalekhukhwini leyo ke owathathwa ke lapho kulelo ke icala lelo lase Cleveland ke kwakuyi Alexander ke kodwa ke ngaphansi kwalelo icala lase Cleveland lathathwa ke noma wathathwa ke wahanjiswa ke kwindawo ebizwa ngokuthi ke i-war room yasemaphoyiseni ke ukuthi kuyobhekwa noma kuyokhitshwa lokho kubizwa ngokuthi phecelezi ke i-downloading ya umakhalekhukhwini.
I then, my lord, requested Sergeant Mabaso to assist with that download, my lord, insofar as the activities that are related around the period of this incident. In other words, 2014 October, and also if you can see any pictures, in terms of the suspects that we described. In other words, people with dreadlocks, anything around this period of 2014 October. That was my request.
Futhi ngase ngikhuluma naye ke uSergeant Mabasa ke nginesicelo ke futhi ke kuyena ke ukuthi ke akabheke ke futhi ke abheke ke isikhathi lesi ke sokwenzeka kwalesi ke isigameko uOctober 2014 futhi ke nabasolwa ke abashiwo ke khona lapho abheke ukuthi wayengabona yini ukuthi bakhona ke noma khona yini nama dreadlocks.
My lord, I was given later a copy of his findings, an affidavit of his finding, as well as I think album of what he depicted, and it contained my recollection, my lord, issues of firearm. It depicted the see-through bag money that I testified about. It contained, in particular, for what was of interest to me at the time, was also accused 3 being seen having dreadlocks, my lord.
Lapho ke ngase ngithola ke umbiko ke noma ke isibhala ke statement ngemali nalokho akuthola ke lapho yakhombisa ke kwakunemali ke noma ke isaka lemali ebengithule ubufakazi ke ngalo ikhombisa futhi ke kakhulukazi naye ke umsolwa noma ke uma wesithathu ke la enama dreadlocks khona.
I further recall, my lord, that what also drew my attention is that some of the statements, I recall that one or so of the statements of the people who were in the house described the intruder with the dreadlocks wearing a khaki or brown jacket, my lord.
Okunye futhi ke ngakhumbula ukuthi kubantu ababesendlini ke bamsho ke noma bamchaza ke umunye walabo abangena ke endlini owayenama dreadlocks owayegqoke ke i-jacket eyayikhaki noma eyayibrown.
I recall that in one of the albums that I was shown, my lord, there was a picture of accused 3 wearing a khaki top and having dreadlocks.
Ngiyakhumbula ke ukuthi ke kwi-album engayitshengiswa ke ukuthi ke sasikhona ke isithombe la khona umsolwa wesithathu ke nama dreadlocks futhi ke egqoke ubukhaki.
I further recall, my lord, that in that photo There was
Just a minute.
date.
Yes, just a minute. You've referred to the statement of Sergeant Mabasa, who did the downloads,
Yes, my lord.
as well as a photo album.
Yes.
We just want to show you Exhibit S. Can you just identify Exhibit S?
Yes, Exhibit S, my lord, it is the statement that the affidavit in terms of Section 212 that was given to me by Sergeant Mabaso containing the photo albums, photos, and some of the photos that are referred to, my lord.
Lana ke exhibit S lona ke isona ke statement esifungele ke phecelezi affidavit yakhe uSergeant Mabasa khona phakathi ke nezithombe ke.
Yes. Can you perhaps just give your evidence in relation to the photo album, Exhibit S?
Yes. So the first photo.
Yeah, just a minute. Can I have my album?
The album is requesting the album on the top page.
It's A194 in the docket.
All right.
So we're just trying to locate the photo album.
Yeah, no, my lord, I don't have the photo album on this.
A194. You can use the screen.
Yes.
Yes. We'll just go through the photo album, photo by photo, if you can just.
Indeed, my lord. So perhaps if we can start from the top. The dog can just go right from the top of this album, yes. No, yeah, just there. So the first part, my lord, that I want to refer to is that the case number that I referred to, that when one was doing analysis in identifying accused 2, was to pick up that he was arrested under this case number, and that is the case reference I was referring to, this Cleveland 96/02/2015.
Uma bengikhuluma ke ngayo ke case number lena ke iyona ke le ebengikhuluma ngayo case number uma bengisho ke ukuthi bengibheka ke yena ke umsolwa iset accused 2
Accused 3, no, accused 3, my apologies.
uma ngibheka yena ke umsolwa wesithathu ke iyona ke le case number ebengikhuluma ngayo.
And it was a charge, my lord, of possession of unlicensed firearm.
Yes.
Oh, it's fine, all right. All right, my lord. Then I do not have the sequence of the photos, but the first photo that I know where
Yes, this is the sequence.
is this the sequence? All right. This one, my lord, has money. It shows 100 rand notes. I think I testify about it as well, my lord.
Then lana ke ikhomisa imali ke ama 100 rand cabanga ukuthi ke bese ngikuthulile ke ubufakazi ngaso lesi sithombe.
Madam, this is the limitation to say this is a photo album. A photo album get numbered. So we don't know when it says that this one, whether it's photo number 57, it's photo number 14, it's photo number 1. This witness needs to be very specific in that regard.
I think at the bottom of the photo, the page numbers, if you can just refer to the...
This one with the money, my lord, is photo number 3.
Lesi sona isithombe esinomali ke isithombe sesithathu.
Yes, we can proceed now.
Yes, just make sure you're speaking to the microphone. Yes, next photo.
Photo number 2 is a photo of mine as well. Perhaps if it can go down so I can refer to the photo number. Photo number 4.
Isithombe ke lesi number 4 naso ke esemali.
I've also testified about it, my lord, so I will not repeat what I've said.
Naso ke bese ngibethulile ke ubufakazi naso angeke ngiphinde ke sengishilo.
Then this one, I also testify about this, my lord. It's a see-through plastic which contains cash or amount of money. I've also testified about it, and it's photo number, if the can just go down. It's photo number 5, my lord.
Lesi ke isithombe bese ngifakazile ke naso isikhwama ke obonayo ngaphakathi sinemali ke isithombe number 5.
I also testify about this, my lord, with the heading Yofanini Bikohlwe, which is 100 rand notes, bundles of 100 rand notes and 200 rand notes on the floor, on the tile floor, brownish tile floor. That is photo number 6.
Nalesi ke isithombe la ekubhaliwe ke khona ukuthi ke Yofanini Bikohlwe nalapha ke ubufakazi bese ngethulile ke isithombe number 6.
I do not know this individual, my lord, so I didn't testify about this, my lord.
Angimazi ke
But it's one of the photos that was found in the downloads of accused number 3.
angimazi ke lo muntu ngeke angeke ke ngisho ke lutho ngaye kodwa ke na usatholakala lesi sithombe kubona ama downloads ke number 3.
And it is photo number 7.
Ke lesi ke isithombe ke number 7.
Yes.
I know, my lord, it formed part of the downloads, but I didn't testify about this photo as well, which is photo number 8.
Ngiyazi ke ukuthi nalena ingxenye ke ama download kodwa ke akukho ngishilo ngaso isithombe ke esidlulile number 8.
Now, this photo, my lord, can I see the photo number? Photo number 9. My lord, can I request that I'm shown the actual album, because on the screen is blurred, but I know that on the album it's much clearer.
Uma ngathutha ke album ngiyazi ukuthi kuyona ke kubonakala kahle ke lesi isithombe number 9.
Yeah, my lord, I can only describe the accused 3 by means of the dreadlocks and the clothing, the brownish jacket, which in other photos as well, which we will get to, my lord, it's seen that he's wearing the same clothing, my lord.
Lana ke umuntu engamchaza phela ke umsola ke wesithathu ke ngawo ama dreadlocks kanye futhi ke nalokho agqokile ke okubrown ke esizobona futhi nakwezinye ke izithombe.
And that is photo number 9, I think.
Number 9 ke lo isithombe.
photo number 10, I could only identify accused 3 having dreadlocks.
Kulesike esisithombe esiwu number 10, number 3 kuphela ke engibonayo edama dreadlocks.
And that is photo number 10.
Number 10.
This photo, my lord, is accused 3 with dreadlocks as well. I think it's photo number 11, my lord.
Kulesike isithombe uyenalo number 3 enama dreadlocks, isithombe lesike number 11.
Now, this one, my lord, it's what was of importance to me when I got to this one, because on top, the date is dated 24, or the period listed there. Let me just read it as it is. It says 2014-10-26. And one can see accused number 3 with dreadlocks and wearing the khaki top. That's the top that I referred to when I was saying there was a description given. So when I got this download, this correlated with some of the description that was given by the people who were inside the house, my lord.
Lana ke okusemqoka ke idate ke le ebhaliwe ke lapha phezulu.
And it is photo, just go back, I just want to place it in terms of, and that is photo number 12, my lord.
Photo number 12, just see the date top. Okoba semqoka ke kumina lokubhaliwe ke lapha phezulu ke kubhaliwe khona ke idate ngizofuna ngale ndlela engayo 2014-10-26 sola lo isikhathi nama dreadlocks futhi ke egqoke okukhathi manje okubrown.
This photo, my lord, I could only identify accused 3, yeah, that's all I could say, that he had dreadlocks and he's wearing, seems to be injured on his left arm, my lord.
Kulesike isithombe ngabona yena ke umsola wesithathu ke kubeka futhi ke elimeleke enama dreadlocks.
And wearing a cast, and that is photo number 13, 13.
Isithombe ku number 13.
I didn't testify about this one, my lord.
Angibethulanga ke ubufakazi ngalesi isithombe.
And his photo number?
It's photo number 14.
Number 14.
And this one, it's on top, my lord, the indicated period is 2014-11-23, then this W3, what, my lord. So I did speak about this one, accused number, sorry.
Sorry.
Definitely struggling to hear him, and I also think accused number 3 is also struggling as well to hear him.
My lord, I'm saying, can you talk in terms of the date? So on top, my lord, I'm saying the indicated period is 2014-11-23, then there's dash WA007, and I said it's a picture of accused 3 having dreadlocks and what seems to be a gold tick on the upper tick level, my lord, on the left-hand side.
Lana ke khulume ngayo ke date 2014-11-23 kwabhala ke W ngasho ke ukuthi ke umsolo wesithathu nama dreadlocks kanye futhi ke unezinyo legolide.
Let me withdraw my objection because I could see this is not accused number 3. I'm not sure the witness is mistaken. Let me withdraw, my lord.
It's photo number 15.
Who is on photo number 15? Because they say there's an objection, it's not number 11, it's not number 3, or whoever.
My lord, according to my observation, it is him, my lord, but can I confirm with the album as well, just to make sure so that we're in the same situation? My lord, he looks like him, in my view.
He looks
if
like?
He says, yes, if he says it's not him, but in my observation, he looks like accused 3.
Okay.
Uthi akusiyena kodwa ke kumina ke ufana naye.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then in this photo, my lord, I could see accused number 3 on the left-hand side with the dreadlocks, and then wearing this brownish, white, and bluish or blackish top with these 3 colors, my lord. That's what I could see.
Bese ke isithombe kubonaka uyena ke sokusatha nama-dreads nale top ke emnyama namhlophe na brown
And it's,
namakhala amathathu.
and it's photo number 16, my lord.
Isithombe number 16.
Then this one, my lord,
And the dates are on top. The information on top, IMG. Just
yeah,
put-
IMG 20, no, on this previous one, IMG 2014 1105-182043, my lord.
2014 1105 82043.
Then the next one, my lord, it's IMG 2014-1026-172-839-001. I did testify about this, my lord, that it is accused 3 on the left-hand side with a khaki top with red locks with accused number 5. I did testify about this, and this is photo number
2014 1026 accused number 3 no number 5 figure.
photo 17, my lord.
Isithombe number 17.
Are you able to perhaps tell what the location is where that photo was taken?
My lord, I can't say because you see a building structure, so I don't want to
thank you.
assume without backing up the basis. I can only see that there's a building structure at the back, but I don't have clear identification marks insofar as this photo is concerned, my lord.
Ngiyabona nje ukuthi kunebhilidi elikhona kodwa ngeke ngisho ngesiqiniseko ukuthi ikuphi ke nendawo.
Yes, I saw this photo, my lord, in the album, but I didn't testify about it. I don't know who's this person, and that is photo number. I didn't make investigation on him, my lord. It's photo number 18.
Lesi ke isithombe number 18 yebo ngasibona ke ku album kodwa ke akukho ngishilo ngaso noma ke alukho uphenyo engalenza ngaso isithombe lesiya.
And then the next photo is a photo of the same person. On top is written Idlamanzi. Idlamanzi. It's the same individual as the previous picture, my lord. The photo, and this one is photo number 19.
Lesi ke isithombe number 19 kusewula umuntu ke oyedwa ke kubhalwe ke lapha phezulu ke ukuthi idlamanzi.
My lord, so I see this photo. I recall it's in the album, but I don't think I spoke about it, my lord. And that is photo. It's marked photo 000007, and it's photo number 20.
Ngasibona ke nalesi sithombe kodwa ngicabangile ukuthi kukhona ke engakusho ngaso number 20.
The next
Are you
photo.
able to identify the persons on the photo?
Yes, my lord. So this photo 0170, I can identify accused 4, the one wearing sporty. If perhaps, my lord, I can be given the album itself. I just want to make sure about the individual on the right. But on the left-hand side, it is accused number 4.
Kusandla sakho sokunxeleke umsolwa ke wesine lo engibonayo ke lapha ugqoke isport. Ngifuna nje ukuthi ngiqinisekiseke ngalo okwesokudla.
No, I can't see clearly, my lord, as to who's the last person, my lord. So
No.
I can only identify accused number 4.
Lo wokugcina-ke angiboni kahle-ke umsolwa wesine kuphela-ke engimbonayo lesi.
And it is photo number 21, my lord.
Lesi isithombe-ke number 21.
And then this photo is marked 0009-001. On this one, my lord, I saw it in the album and I could identify accused 3 on the right-hand side with the dreadlocks, my lord. I didn't follow much up on the gentleman that is with him.
Lana-ke kuhlangathi kusanda sangathi sokudlala umsolwa wesithathu-ke kukho-ke okuningi-ke engikufunile-ke ngalo anaye-ke kulesi sithombe noma kulesi sidlula.
So if we can just go back to photo 20 and 21. So photo 20 and 21. So you didn't identify the individuals on photo 20?
On photo, can we just check what photo is this? What?
Photo 20.
No, I did, my lord. I said this is accused number 4 in my room, on the left-hand side, wearing a sporting.
Yes, that was on photo 21.
Oh, was it? Okay, let's just then go through it. Oh yes, photo 20, then it's still the same, wearing the same clothing, my lord. Accused 4.
Kulesi-ke isithombe usagqoke lezi mpahla-ke ayigqokile umsolwa wesine.
And then it is photo 0170, my lord.
Isithombe u-0170.
Yes. Next photo 23.
Photo 23, my lord, I've already identified accused 3 on the right-hand side, wearing the, yes. This one,
So it's photo 22 that you're referring to. Photo 22.
yes, this is photo 22, my lord, where I said on the right-hand side it's accused 3 with red locks.
Bese ngishilo-ke kulesi isithombe ukuthi umsolwa wesithathu-ke lo ongabosokudlala onama-dreadlocks.
Yes, photo 23.
The next photo, my lord, is still accused 3, but he's on the left-hand side with the same gentleman that he was with on the previous photo, and this is photo number 23.
Kulesi-ke isithombe kuseyena-ke umsolwa wesithathu-ke kodwa manje-ke ungaba sokumele-ke useminaye-ke uyamlisa ebe naye number 23.
My lord, can I see the album? I just want to make sure because here it's blurred. That's why I just want to see if I can make sense of who is there or not. My lord, I can only see accused 3 on the left-hand side in terms of the clothing that he wore on the previous photos and with red locks, my lord. The other, I want to guess insofar as the other people that are with him, my lord.
Lana-ke ngibona yena-ke umsolwa wesithathu-ke ngempahla-ke ayigqokile-ke kwezinye iy'thombe ey'dlulile angifuni-ke ukuthi ngiqagele ukuthi obani abanye.
So, but please, my lord, will this be an appropriate time to take the long adjournment?
Okay, no problem.
and that there was a match insofar as this firearm that was seized under Cleveland case 9602-2015 with the exhibit that was found in this case before court. In other words, that firearm it was concluded that it was the same firearm that discharged the bullet that was found at a crime scene in the matter before court.
Ngaphambilini kokuthi ke ngiqhubekeke angisho nje ukuthi ke nami ke kune statement esifungele phecelezi ke affidavit engayifaka ke mayelana ke no kwathola uyena. Okwesibili ke futhi ke nokuthi ke uma ke esekwenzile ke lokho nokuthi wathola ke ukuthi impela ke isibhamu lesi kwicala noma ke esasitholiwe kuleli cala lase Cleveland uma ngabe sesiphathaniswa ke kubhekwa ke inhlamvu eyatholakala kwindawo yesigameko kuleli icala liwu636 kwatholakala ukuthi impela ke isona leso sibhamu leso esadubula ke leyo nhlamvu leyo.
My Lord, I further received a report that the firearm will be taken back to Cleveland because that's where it was booked out from as the examination was concluded.
Okunye futhi ke ngathola ngombike ngawuthola kwakuwukuthi isibhamu leso sesizobuyiselwa khona ke eCleveland seqediwe kokwenziwa umsebenzi kusona ke ngoba yila esasigcinwe khona noma esatholwa khona.
And when I say Cleveland, my Lord, I'm referring to the police station.
Uma ngithi ke eCleveland ngikhuluma ngayo ke police station.
My Lord, I then made a request that the Lieutenant Colonel Mangena should meet me there with the said firearm at the police station.
Ngase ngenza isicelo ke ukuthi uLieutenant Colonel Mangena ahlangane nami ke noma sihlanganeke khona kuleyo police station leyo.
We met, my Lord, where the process was followed by him in terms of booking the firearm back in a sealed forensic bag. In other words, booked it into the SAP-13 with a sealed forensic bag.
Sahlangana ke khona ke wase ke inqubo ke leyo yenziwa ke ukuthi ke isibhamu asiyasibuyisela ngokuthi ke sibhalwe ke noma sibhukwe ke sikuso isikhwama sezobufakazi esivaliwe.
My Lord, thereafter, after he signed it in, I book it out with the same sealed forensic bag number.
Sesifakile ke sebhalisile ke noma ke esibhukile ke mina ke nangase ngisibhuka out ke noma ngiskipha ke ngaleso sikhwama leso sezobufakazi esivaliwe naleyo number futhi.
And it was containing the references of the Cleveland case, my Lord, that he was working on, that forensic bag in my recollection, my Lord.
Uma ngisakhumbula ke ukuthi ke kuleso sikhwama leso ke kwakunalama zibithi ke noma ubufakazi lobo ke balapho eCleveland awayesebenza ngapho babulapho phakathi.
My Lord, then I utilized a new forensic bag where I took the same sealed forensic bag, I didn't open it, and I inserted on a new forensic bag, which was then marked with this case number, Phosphorus 636 of 10/2014, because it was now an exhibit. So I took that sealed forensic bag, inserted it on a new forensic bag, mark it with this case reference, and seal it.
Ngase ngithatha ke leso sikhwama leso sezobufakazi sivaliwe ke angesivulanga ngathatha ke esinye ngafaka phakathi kusona ke nayo ngale case number lena ke Phosphorus case 63610/2014.
The said forensic bag, my Lord, is the one that I said was then handed to Colonel Mangena because I do know they have the facilities in terms of the safe for safekeeping while we're dealing with the investigation, and that's when now he signed on this diary, other than the statements that he made, and I also made a statement with regard to this chain, my Lord.
Ila khona ke manje esengikhulume naye khona ke uLieutenant Colonel Mangena ngoba ngazi ke ukuthi obviously la asebenza khona ke banazo ke khona ke i-safe noma ke ama-safe la angasigcina khona ke ila khona ke asesayine khona kwi-diary yami.
Just a minute.
And sorry, my Lord, I can also add, because I just remembered now, that when I made a statement in terms of the chain of this event that I'm referring to, I made a copy of the diary and I attached it with my statement. So it should form part of the disclosure discovery that was given to the defense. So it was my statement indicating the events. I made a copy of the diary with these details and attached it. But I do have the original diary in any event.
Engakusho ke futhi ngengezeke kuloko esengikushilo ke ukuthi ke istatement engasenza ke mayelana naloko okwenzeka ke ngase esingxenye ke yalo idokodo ngenza icopy ke ye diary yami ke engicabanga ukuthi nabo abameli ke nabo ke bakuthola lokho kodwa ke nginayo ke i-diary yami mina.
Now, except for the entries in your diary, was there any documentation completed there at Cleveland Police Station?
Yes, indeed, my Lord.
Regarding the handling of the firearm?
Yeah, absolutely, yes, my lord. So Colonel Mangena would have, that is a procedure. He booked it in at the SAP 13, and then I book it out at the SAP 13. So I do recall that he signed it in with the forensic back number that it had sealed, and then I booked it out under that forensic back number. So the last entry would have been me booking it out, and then I gave it to Colonel Mangena.
Yebo ke khona ke esabhala ke noma la esabhala khona ke ngoba ke inqubo ke leyo kufanele kwenzeke kanjalo ke ukuthi yena ke uLieutenant Colonel Mangena wasayina uma esesibuyisela ke isibhamu lapho kuyona iSAP 13. Mina ke uma ngisikhipha ke nami ngasayina uma okugcina ke ukusayina lapho kwakuyimina ngisikhipha ke sengisinikeza yena.
I just want to show you Exhibit X2. From Cleveland Police Station, which is a firearm register. If you can refer to the 27th of July, 2020.
Yes, my lord. So the first entry, my lord, in terms of the ACP 13, it's number 67, and it says under case Cleveland case 960215, and it indicates the items 1 times 9mm black pistol CZ75 Col Luger serial number filed off, 28 times live rounds, 3.31 times empty magazine, all items sealed in a forensic bag number SNFFSF or E 385-2083. Then the date of the 27th, my lord, of July 2020, items 3.1 to 3.3 booked out by Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, and then there's a signature of the colonel, and then 2007-27, item 3.1 to 3.3, Colonel Geninda, head office, booked out for case Phosphorus 636 of 10/2020. And then I signed. Now, on top, my lord, they've also attached a copy of my appointment certificate to say I'm the one who signed for these items.
Lana ke okubhaliwe ke ngaphansi kwakhe ke item 67 Cleveland case 9602 ka 2015 kuyasho ke ukuthi ke i9mm eyodwa emnyama ngombala ipistol iC275 Col Luger babhala ke nokuthi iserial number ke ingasekho isuliwe ke nokuthi futhi ke ama rounds awu 28 atholakala kuyona ke kanye futhi ke nemagazini eyodwa engenalutho konke ke lokho kwafakwa ngaphakathi kwisikhwama sezobufakazi esinenamba ewu FSE 385083 bese kuthi ke nge27072020 ubhala ke item 3.1 kuyofica ke ku 3.3 ukhishwe ke uyena sorry
no my apologies, not booked out, my lord, is booked back. So the first entry on 2020-07-27, the first entry by Lieutenant Colonel Mangena where he signed, it says items 3.1 to 3.3 booked back. So he was bringing the items back by Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, and then the next entry on the same date of the same item 3.1 to 3.3, it is then booked out by me, my lord, under Phosphorus 636 of 10/2014.
Lungsa ke iphutha la ukhanya athi ulenzileke ukuthi 2020-07-27 item 3.1 kuyofica ke ku 3.3 buyiselwa ke manje uyena uLieutenant Colonel Mangena kwase kuthi ke ngazo i27 ku July 2020 zona ke wona ke lawo ama items u3.1 kuyofica ke ku 3.3 ase ekhishwa ke noma ke ebukwa out uyena uLieutenant noma uKolonel Geninda ngaphansi ko case u4 63610 of 2014.
Yes.
Thank you. You can continue. We'll come back to Exhibit X13C, the report of Lieutenant Colonel Mangena that you referred to. We'll come back to that in a while.
My Lord, in essence, I think thereafter it was really the obtaining of statements, in my recollection, my Lord, as I said, that were in relation to implicating some of the accused individually and sometimes collectively. And then thereafter, and I'm trying to summarize, my Lord, then the docket was taken to the DPP for their decision, my Lord, in light of the evidence that we had.
Emuva kwalokho ke kwakusekuthola ke istatement ke najibangishilo ke ukuthi ke ukuthi ke ku thweswe amacala ke abasolwa ke ngamunye noma ke ngokuhlanganyela ke ngizama ke ukuthi ke ngikufinyezeke lokhu kwase ke emuva kwalokho ke kuthathwa lona ke idokodo lihanjiswa ke kubashushisi ke ukuthi ke bathathe isinqumo ngokobufakazi ke esasesinabo.
Yes, we just want to show you Lieutenant Colonel Mangena's affidavit, which has been handed as Exhibit X13C. If you can look at paragraph 9.
Yes, my Lord, so paragraph 9 reads as follows. I examined the fired bullet mentioned in paragraph 3.1 and 8.2 and compared the individual and class characteristics marking transferred to them by firearm components during the firing process using a comparison microscope and found 9.1. There is sufficient class and individual characteristics markings present on both exhibit and test bullets mentioned in paragraph 3.1 and 8.2, which indicates that the bullet mentioned in 3.1 was fired from the pistol mentioned in 7.1.
Paragraph 10 ke ufundeka ngalendlela uyena uLieutenant Colonel Mangena ukuthi ke hlolileke sengibhekileke inhlamvu lezo ezadutshulwa ke ekhulunywa ngazo ku paragraph 3.1 kanye naye ke u8.2 sengiqhathanisa futhi ke lama characteristics ehlangene futhi nangokwahlukana kwawo ke nama markings andluliselwa ke kuzona isona isibhamu noma ke uma ngabe sekudutshulwa ke ngathola ke ngisebenzisa yona ke i-microscope yokuqhathanisa ngathola ukuthi ke kuna aneleke ama class kanye nalawo ke ahlukanisiwe ama individual characteristics kuma markings lawo akhona ke kuzona zoyimbili izibithi kanye futhi nenhlamvu le eyasetshenziswa ukuthi ke kutestwe ke ngayo ekukhulunywa ngayo ku paragraph 3.1 kanye no 8.2 okusho ukuthi ke inhlamvu ke ekhulunywa ngayo ku 3.1 yadutshulwa ke iphuma kusona ke isibhamu noma ke ipistol eshiwo noma ekhulunywa ngayo ku 7.1.
Thank you. Is there the report that you referred to earlier on?
Yes, this is the report that I'm referring to, my Lord.
Wona ke umbiko lona bengikhuluma ngawo ngaphambilini.
And that is in relation to the second one that made the conclusive finding that this is the firearm that was used in this matter, my Lord.
Futhi ke ile umbiko wesibili ke oshilo ke noma owasho ke ukuthi ke kwakuyisoda lesi ke isibhamu esadubula leyo nhlamvu.
Okay. Now, in terms of the timelines, when was the docket submitted to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions?
My Lord, one will have to really look, but it would have been, I think maybe in July, but before even the final submission, my Lord, there was a prosecutorial engagement. So one was getting instruction from time to time with the prosecution, but prior to the decision, I think it was somewhere in October, and then an indictment was received, and we moved accordingly, as I've testified, in terms of the applications of the warrants of arrest.
Ngabe ke manje ke uma idokodo selidluliswa ke manje njengoba ushilo ukuthi nasinisa nilihambisa kuhhovisi labashushisi ukuthi bathathe ke isinqumo ke cabanga ukuthi ke ngoJuly kodwa ke kuzofanele umuntu ahambe ke ayobheka ukuthi ninike ngoba ke kwakukhona ke ukukhulumisana noma ingxoxo ezazikhona ke phakathi kwethu kanye nabo ke abashushisi ke ngaphambilini kokuthi ke kufinyeleleke kwisinqumo ke noma ke ngo-October kanje ke kuyiwe ke enkantolo sekumanje selikhishiwe ke ukuthi ke icala leli ke selingaya enkantolo.
My Lord, another thing that I forgot to mention is that during the course of the investigation, although there were no positive results, but one I think must place it on record that we also embarked on a process where there was examinations in terms of measurements by Lieutenant Colonel Mangena of the accused, because one was trying to see, based on their expertise, if they can narrow down as to which accused in terms of their height may have discharged the firearm. But that exercise, I know it was done on accused number 1. I was present.
Just a minute.
Sorry.
Okunye futhi ke engakushilo noma ke engicabanga ukuthi ke kuzofanele ke ngikusho ke noma ke imiphumela ke ayingekho ke lapho ukuthi ke inala ebakuqala khona ke abasolwa ke ubheka ukuthi ngaba uphi ke okungayenzeka ukuthi kwaba uyena ke owadubula ke ngiyazi ukuthi kwenziwa ke lokho kuyena umsolo wokuqala ngangikhona.
And then with regard to number 2, I was not present, my Lord.
Yes, just give the date break. Start from the beginning. How did this process commence? Who was the first accused to be
my Lord,
measured?
in terms of the dates, I will really have to look, but I do know that the first person that was measured is accused number 1.
Kuzofanele ke ngibheke ke ama date ke ukusho ukuthi ke kodwa ke ngiyazi ukuthi owokuqala ke ukuthi abheke noma kalo ke kwakumsolo wokuqala.
And that came about, my Lord, as I said, during the investigation process. One was trying to see as to whether we can narrow down in terms of specifics that this is the most probable suspect who may have discharged the firearm in terms of the height, the projection of the bullet, how it entered the body and exit. Those were the expertise one was trying to get from the experts.
Esasizama ukuthi sikutholeke kubona ke ongoti ubheka ke ukuthi kwangaba ubani ke uma ubheka ke inhlamvu ke nola isibhamu sashaya khona ukungena kwenhlamvu nokuphuma kwenhlamvu ke ukuthi ubani okwangenza ukuthi kwaba uyena owadubula.
So, my Lord, as I said, I don't recall the date, but I do know that accused 1, I was present. He was at the police station. Then he was measured by Lieutenant Colonel Mangena.
Kodwa ke ama dates angakhumbuli ke kodwa ngiyazi ke ukuthi ke kwakumsolo wokuqala kwaqala ngaye kwakuse police station ekala uyena Lieutenant Colonel Mangena.
So which police station?
I think it's Valera, my Lord, if I recall correctly, for accused number 1. Valera SAPS.
Ngicabanga ukuthi kwakuyi Valera police station kuyena ke umsolo wokuqala.
Yes.
I further do know, my Lord, that the report I got, that exercise didn't yield any.
Yes. Yes, we'll get to the reports.
Oh, we'll get.
Go
All right.
To all the.
All right. The
accused
second
and-
accused, my Lord, was. The second person was examined or measured was accused 2, but as I said, I was not there. I simply made the arrangements with Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, so I was not present when he was measured.
Ngiyazi ke ukuthi owesibili ke kwakuwumsola wesibili kodwa ke ngangingekho ke lapho ngakhulumisana nje naye ke uLieutenant Colonel Mangena ukuthi ke aqhubekeke ngalo msebenzi kodwa mina ngangingekho.
Do you remember the date, perhaps?
It would have been somewhere in June, my Lord. I don't remember. I was not there, but I do know that I made arrangements that he should. I think Sergeant Mohane that must assist, my Lord, in that, my Lord.
KwakungoJune kodwa ngangingekho ke lapho kodwa ngakhumbula nje ngithi ke uSergeant Mohane alekelele lapho.
Yes, June of which year?
June 2020.
June ka 2020.
If I recall correctly, my Lord, it could be the 17th, but I stand under correction of June 2020, my Lord.
Kungenzeka ukuthi kwangeyi-17 zika June 2020 kodwa ke kungenzeka ukuthi ke ngenza ke iphutha lapho.
Yes.
and that is insofar as accused number 2. Then the third accused, I think his, my lord, was done on the 30th of June 2020 in Johannesburg prison.
Kwakuwumsolo wesibili ke lawo owesithathu ke umsolo wakhe ngicabanga ukuthi kwakunge-30 zika June 2020 ejele laseGoli.
Yes. What happened during that occasion?
My lord, insofar as accused 3, what I remember, Colonel Mangena was there, and then I had Sergeant Zia with me who assisted with the obtaining of the DNA from accused 3.
Sergeant
Zia.
Zia.
Yeah.
Kuyena ke okwenzeka ke wayekhona uLieutenant Colonel Mangena kanye ke uSergeant Zia ekuyena ke ngamcela ukuthi alekeleleke ngolibofuzo iDNA.
I do also recall, my lord, that on that day, accused 3's warning statement was obtained by me, and the DNA was also taken and the measurements taken, my lord.
Engikwaziyo ke ukuthi ngalelo langa ke istatement ke sofise noma ke iwarning statement yathathwa ke kena ke noma ithathwa yimina ke kumsolo wesithathu kanye futhi nayo ke DNA le engikhuluma ngayo mention 3
Measurements.
kanye nokuthi akalwe futhi.
Yes. Who obtained samples for DNA purposes?
It was Sergeant Zia, my lord.
Kwaku Sergeant Zia uyena ke owathatha ke ama sample la olibofuzo noma phecelezi ke iDNA.
And the measurements?
They were taken by Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, my lord.
Umuntu ke owameasure ke noma ke mkala ke kwaku Lieutenant Colonel Mangena.
Yes. What happened during the taking of the measurements?
My lord, not much of significance. The only thing that I recall, because I led the team, so I had to do the introductions, in other words, identifying myself to the accused, purpose of the investigation, and obviously who's going to play which role. I led that introduction, my lord.
Okwenzeka ke lapho ke mina ke okwami kwakuthi nje ngethuleke ukuthi ngiubani ngizethule mina ngisho ke nokuthi ngobani ke nala engihamba nabo ukuthi ubani ozokwenzani.
I also know, my lord, that there was some discussion, but I don't want to quote, not verbatim, between Colonel Mangena and accused 3 when it came to the measurement and the issues of examining his legs. But that was between them, my lord. So, and I don't want to misquote what exactly was said, but I know that there were discussions between Lieutenant Colonel Mangena and accused number 3.
Ngiyazi ke ukuthi ke kukhona ke okwakhulunywa ke noma ke okwashiwo ke phakathi kwakhe ke uLieutenant Colonel Mangena kanye naye ke umsolo wesithathu ke mayelana ke nokwenza lokho ke ukuthi amkaleke kodwa angifuni ukuthi ngikhulume engasikona okwashiwo.
Same with Sergeant Zia. There was interactions between him and accused 3, but as I said, my lord, I would rather not. I think they're more suitable to say what really transpired, except to say I know that they had discussion with accused number 3.
Naye ke uSergeant Zia nalapho angifuni ukuthi ngisho ukuthi kwasho yini ke eyakhulunywa ke ibona ke bangakusho kodwa ngiyazi ukuthi nje bakhuluma ke uSergeant Zia kanye naye umsolo wesithathu.
And then I also spoke to him, my lord, in relation to the warning statement. This is now accused 3, my lord.
Nami ke ngakhuluma ke naye mayelana ke nestatement lesi noma lokubizwa ngokuthi ke i-warning statement.
Yes.
And these discussions were individual, my lord, because we wanted to deal with this thing categorically. So it was not just once off. So one will do his part, wrapped up. I think I was the last one to deal with the warning statement. So they did this individually.
Konke ke lokhu kwangakenzwa ke ngokuhlanganyela ukuthi sezinto eyodwa ngesikhathi esisodwa ngiyazi ukuthi mina ke ngangokugcina ke wayeqala ke omunye aqedeke ngaloko akwenzayo bese kulandela ke omunye.
Yes. Yes, my lord. Then what I recall, then the next person accused that was visited is accused number 5. He was incarcerated at Kalagabusha prison at Impangin in KZN, my lord. I think it would have been the 1st of July 2020, my lord, according to my recollection.
Olandelayo ke umsolo ke ekwayiwa kuyena ke kwakumsolo wesihlanu ke yena ke wayegcinwe eKalagabusha kuyijele laseKalagabusha empangeni eKZN.
My lord, we tried to do the same exercise, and I think I testify about it during the trial, within trial, to say we accused 5 did cooperate insofar as talking to me. I think insofar as giving me his cell number, certain details, but when we wanted to do the formalities, measurements, fingerprints, all those things, and actually even noting the warning statement, he did not. He just walked away. So we didn't do anything there, except that we were there, and Lieutenant Colonel Mangena was present as well.
Ngokukhulumisana-ke ukuthi akhulumeke nami wakwenza-ke lokho umsolo wesihlanu-ke ukuthi akhulumeke nami anginikeze futhi-ke namanamba akhe-ke kodwa-ke uma seqala-ke sekufuneka eqale-ke manje kwenziwe-ke lokho esasikuyeleke lapho ukuthi-ke akalwe-ke kuthathwe-ke ama-fingerprints akhe-ke yilawa vele nje wahamba khona-ke akuzange kwenzeke lutho naye-ke uLieutenant Colonel Mangena wayekhona lapho.
We'll come back to the issue of the cell number that was given to you. Were there any samples obtained for DNA purposes?
Sure. I don't remember, my lord, because like I said, insofar as the discussion talking to accused number 5, we talked well, but when we wanted to formalize the process, and then whether you take fingerprints or you start writing or you must sign, that is where he was uncomfortable and he walked away. So I don't recall if it was done that day, my lord. I don't have a recollection, my lord.
Nanje bangishilo-ke ukuthi-ke ngokukhuluma-ke yebo-ke sasikhuluma-ke noma sixoxa-ke kodwa uma sekufinele ekuthini-ke manje asayindeke noma kuthathwe wona-ke ama-fingerprints yila wavele nje wahamba khona-ke. I don't remember what is done on the day.
DNA.
Oh, okay. Engingakhumbuli ukuthi kwenzeka-ke ngalelo langa ukuthathwa kwalo-ke ulubo futhi noma-ke i-DNA angikhumbuli ukuthi kwenzeka ngalelo langa.
Yes.
My lord, yeah, so we didn't get any results there. And then the last person that I recall that we visited is accused 4, which I think would have been on the 6th of July, 2020. He was incarcerated at Lyoko prison here in Johannesburg.
Lapho-ke nanje bangisho ukuthi akunamiphumela eyatholakala noma eyabakhona-ke umuntu-ke wogcina-ke ekwayiwa-ke-na-ke umsolwa wesine kwakungeyi-6 zikaJuly 2020 kwijele iLeeucop elila eGoli.
Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, my lords, did the same exercise of measurement, and then Sergeant Sia, who was also present, assisted with the DNA, my lord, of accused 4.
uLieutenant Colonel Mangena uyena-ke owenza-ke lo msebenzi lowo-ke ukuthi-ke amkaleke bese kuthi-ke uSergeant Sia uyena-ke owenza-ke okwama-DNA.
My lord, my recollection is that I dealt with the warning statement as well of accused number 4.
Ukhumbula kwami-ke ukuthi nakuyena-ke umsolo wesine-ke ngokuphathelene nayo-ke i-warning statement imina-ke owakwenza lokho.
As a court, please, my lord, will this be an appropriate time to call it a day for today? We'll continue tomorrow.
Is that so? What's your time now?
It's 15:11. Advocate Miss wants to say something.
How's that?
Oh, I thought advocate.
I nearly said something. Okay. Adjournment. Tomorrow.